I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm promoting the hashtag Dave for 2020 plan. In case you guys want to, start promoting that, that'd be great. Either way, I'm not the only one running in 2020 named Dave, but hey, at least I can get on the books, right? It's a starting point. Yeah. All right, so let's talk about what's happening in the world today. We've got some pretty big cover-ups happening, in case you didn't know. Donald Trump has systematically ignored the Jeffrey Epstein case. We now know that Jeffrey Epstein contacted an attorney to do his will 2 days before he allegedly died. And the photograph of Jeffrey Epstein that we have on file does not in any way match up with Jeffrey Epstein. The media is ignoring that. Everyone seems to be ignoring the fact that their noses don't match. There's some major differences here between the noses of the decedent in this picture and Jeffrey Epstein himself. You can see the noses are not a match. Clearly you can see that. And the ears don't match either. So we have a problem. Our government's lying to us. Jeffrey Epstein got away scot-free. What our former Labor Secretary Acosta said on his outgoing speech was that that he had been approached by people in the intelligence community saying to back off of prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein because he was part of their intelligence. Now we're finding out our government's been using Jeffrey Epstein as an intelligence gathering device indirectly through Acosta when he made that statement. That means that they're protecting him. Right, exactly. A man with such heinous acts of crimes against girls, specifically underage girls, that he's been getting away with unbelievable acts and continues to do so. According to people in the prison himself, where he was stationed, he actually had private time with a young girl for 2 hours when his attorney stepped out of the office before he allegedly died. They brought a young girl in, claiming to be part of the attorney team, and he was privately with her for 2 hours a day and a half before he allegedly died. This is all coming out after the fact. I wouldn't doubt that Mark is buying lots of property in Louisiana. Yeah, we know for a fact he is. Yeah. I'm watching what's going on. People have been attacking our show on a nightly basis through the Vaughn Network, and I believe that he may have even bought iVlog, for all we know. He's floating in cash, Mark is. That's what I've heard. I'm hearing it from multiple sources that he's getting tons of money to censor me. I'm not kidding. So if you're one of those worldwide viewers saying, oh, David, how come you can't get any traction in America? Only about 1 million people have gotten to know us in America. That's it. There's hundreds of millions of people worldwide who know about our show, but only about 1 million people in America. I can't win a race with that type of penetration. Plus, I can't get any money donated. We found out from somebody who went into iVlog last night that none of the donations go through. This guy tried to donate $150 and that wouldn't work. He tried $200. That wouldn't work. So what's going on there? Well, penetration in terms of the media, free press. We get no free press at all. Mark is in talks to join Facebook and head up broadcasting. I wouldn't doubt that, Monica, but that may seem a little bit too far-fetched. We all know that Mark isn't exactly the smartest tack on the block, okay? It's not a wig. This is my real hair. This is what real follicles look like when they're coming out of your head. Just because I appear like a robot doesn't make me a robot. We must all unite. That's why we do the show, so we can bring everybody together and unite. Hey, thank you. Yeah, I wash it. What I do is I wash it and then I let it air dry, and then I swoop it to the opposite side, and it does a better job as a hairdo than if I was on the other side. It looks a little too curly. We got millions of VHF and UHF viewers, and we appreciate that. We really do. But this daily event is an ongoing exercise in constant communication on my part, and maintaining a good flow for all of you to know that you can interact with me in virtual time. Yeah, Yang's been offering $1,000 a month for some time. I'm offering $1,111. If Yang wins the nomination, I will offer the $1,111 per month, or I will beat any other competitor by $5. Now let's look at other stories that are equally disturbing. This is a kind of a non-starter. New York police fire an officer who placed Eric Garner in deadly chokehold. NYPD is making a show of some guy who did a very bad thing, put a guy in a deadly chokehold, and they're firing him after 9 NYPD officers have died in the past 1 year of suicide. This is called covering your ass. So NYPD is going after this one guy who they know they can go after, making a big deal about firing the guy when they've got all this other internal problems and internal affairs issues where lots of detectives who saw Anthony Weiner's 600,000 emails want to talk and none of them want to live. Apparently they're all suiciding. I don't know. It looks a little suspicious, like they're being terminated. Okay, so other things are happening. Jeffrey Epstein, like I said, signed a will 2 days before his death and gave it all to his brother, Mark. Okay, well, Mark, his brother, I'll play this in just a bit. It'll play out in just a second. Mark, his brother, seen behind him here in this picture, is actually says there's no business between him.
Much of Jeffrey Epstein's life was a mystery. Questions still surround how he went from a college dropout to a multimillionaire financier to a convicted pedophile, and facing charges of running a sex trafficking ring and coercing numerous underage girls to perform sex acts.
Okay, it's not that big of a question. I mean, he obviously hid his assets, and they came from surreptitious means like selling children to pedophiles. Right. I mean, it stands to reason he made most of his money selling children to pedophiles. Moving on, Mark is going to get all of his revenue. His brother. Yeah, so his brother Mark is going to get his revenue, not Mark of this location. Mark can come into the chat regardless of whether I, let him in. He owns the network. So, okay, Howie. Is this important? A guy tries to steal a dildo from the sex shop. Something tells me that's not relevant to the show right now. Thanks. But he signed this document, and get this. Jeffrey Epstein had a net worth of $7 billion last year. Check this out. Now the wiki's talking about his current net worth of $1 billion. Isn't it amazing how he went from $7 billion in net worth last year when I checked to $1 billion now? All right. But for some reason, his brother is only going to get $577 million. Huh. Interesting. So his brother is going to get $577 million. Where's the difference in net worth? Court papers list his assets at $577 million, not $1 billion. I say he's definitely taking a lot of his money and putting it in offshore accounts. I mean, come on. This is money laundering 101 here. You criticize Mark and then suddenly had to reboot? Wow, Pencil Tucky Ducky. Mark can watch the show anytime he wants, just like I can claim that Mark is getting money to censor the show. I can't prove it. I've got numerous affidavits from people, but I can't prove they're telling me the truth. So a lot of you still believe you're on that fence thinking that Mark is trolling us by claiming he's making a lot of money, which he did do. And now he denies it. First he said it, then he denies it. What am I supposed to believe? Well, drink water or spit if you have nothing else. Yeah, swallow your own spit if your mouth is dry. Try doing that and stop talking. I don't have the privilege of doing that, so I have to take in coffee orally through my pie hole. Okay, we can talk about conspiracies all night with Jeffrey Epstein, but obviously they're pulling the wool over the American people's eyes by claiming he's dead, when it's clearly not him in the picture. It doesn't take a genius to realize that's not him. Okay, moving on. We now have to ask ourselves, well, if they're willing to do that and willing to protect him as an intelligence asset, he must have a lot of dirt on a lot of people, and they probably need to use that dirt still to control elections. So it's not really conspiracy theory at this point based on the premise that they faked Jeffrey Epstein's death. It's a conspiracy fact. Now, rigging elections by using activities people did at Orgy Island against them is one way the Zionist elite can control our country, isn't it? Case in point, you're traveling through another dimension, a dimension of both sight and sound, of both things and ideas. You just crossed over into a wonderful dimension of that of your imagination. Imagine Jeffrey Epstein still alive. Imagine what he would look like if he were still here. Are you getting the picture? You're being fooled, people. I'm not allowed to play the Can't Stop song. It was monetized. I know, I want to hear it too, but they monetize it every time I play it. No, not everything is a conspiracy with me, Harley. Just the fact that you have your brain up your ass. That's a conspiracy. So it's sad. A lot of people don't realize that they're drinking fluoride on a daily basis in their beer, in their soda water, their sugar water, and their juice drinks. And they're just slowly getting more and more retarded, like Harley. Harley, we had to kick him out of the room for a good hour before he can, regain access because he's mentally retarded due to his daily diet of fluoride. I didn't know beer has fluoride. Okay, hold off on that, Harley. Most beer has fluoride in it. There are a couple beers without fluoride in it, but there was a website that actually said at one point fluoride-free beer, believe it or not. But it was taken out. So now when you look for fluoride-free beer on the internet, nothing pops up except for a approved list on Facebook. Now, I'm going to take you to a website. This is how conspiracy theories are dealt with. It's not a conspiracy theory that all water and tap water has fluoride. 67% of the water in America has fluoride in it. That means that almost everything you're drinking that has tap water, not filtered water, is fluoridated. Now, it's no longer a conspiracy theory, it's a conspiracy fact. Now, here's a site dedicated, it's a Facebook site, I'll give you the link to it, of fluoride-free beer. There is something out there for you to find out. It turns out the Netherlands has some fluoride-free beer, like Grolsch. That's free of fluoride. Certain Mexican beers are fluoride-free, but they're also full of heavy metals and other things. But countries like Belgium, Mexico, China, Israel, Austria, Denmark, Croatia, they don't use fluoride in their water per se. So there are some imported beers out there. This is the only site left where you can actually find fluoride-free beer for all of you beer drinkers, okay? Hey, and it's not the end of the world if you've been drinking fluoride for years. It's just one of those things that happens, our brain slowly calcifies. The pineal gland inside of our brain calcifies with a lot of fluoride. And it slows our ability to make logical decisions down and ultimately puts us in a position where we're like, huh? What's going on? I don't know. What's for dinner? Should I get another pack of cigarettes? I'm going to remove you from the show because you don't qualify as a chatter. You have to actually chat relevant to our show in order to be in it. And because Mark only lets trolls in here, I have to do a lot of banning. Thank you. Greetings, hello, Photo Rain. Photon Rain, I like your name, Photon Rain. Right on, man. Got a few viewers. I noticed that when people come into our show at Periscope, we have a live show that's broadcast through Twitter. At twitter.com/thirdparty is our website. If you follow us, it won't show you're following us, but do follow us, but it won't show me that I've had no new followers in 9 years. Same with YouTube. If you're subscribing, I've had no new subscribers in 9 years. So they're really holding me down over there. The real numbers are huge, but I get no people to support us. So night's going well. Anyway, I think it's important to know that Periscope, when people come in there, I don't even see them add up. There's no number on the screen anymore. They pulled my numbers off. So I could have 50 people watching me at Periscope. I wouldn't know it. They removed my numbers from the screen. I'm not kidding either. It's called shadow banning. And Twitter does it. I talked about this earlier in the pre-show. Everybody does it. Facebook shadow bans people. I do my cooking show, but I don't do it now. Yeah, I do that every Thursday night. And my current cooking show, it has been posted. It's called Hot Dog Enchilada. You can check it out. It's a $6 meal. It'll feed 6 people. Yeah, I'll give you the link to my website. It has my middle name and a John in it. There you go. Check it out. You have been removed from the show. I don't make Sarah eat anything that she doesn't want to eat. That is the censorship I have been referring to for years. They're systematically knocking me down on a nightly basis. I didn't even use peppers in that mix. The hot dog enchilada requires just an onion. Yes, if you want clean teeth, try charcoal. I don't recommend salt. Instead of charcoal, use turmeric. Turmeric does cleaning of your teeth and is good for you. Yes, rinse after each use. Now that you know about fluoride having the ability to be toxic in your body, the government doesn't really care about us. That's why they allow fluoride in the water system. It's not helping us prevent cavities. There is absolutely no evidence that suggests that fluoride in our water system will lower our cavities. There is a little evidence that if you rub fluoride right on your tooth, it'll prevent cavities. Yeah, New York EMT just said when he puts Orgy Island in Google Maps now, it won't find it. I know. Thank you. Orgy Island is no longer accessible at Google Maps. You got to go to St. James Island and press Jeffrey Epstein. I don't eat tuna on a daily basis, no. It has a lot of gamma rays in it, and of course mercury. But I think we could talk about conspiracies tonight. I just don't know where to begin. I mean, when they tell people Epstein's dead, and clearly his face doesn't match the picture, and his ear's different too. Yeah, it's just weird. Chernobyl did happen, yeah, and they're putting a cap on top of Chernobyl just to keep it from spreading radiation throughout the world. Humans are potentially damaged by the radiation. Therefore, they're capping it with another carapace. But yeah, it's very deadly. 3 Mile Island is still, well, I wouldn't live there. I wouldn't plant, my residence there. But everything about our nuclear waste storage has been completely ignored for years. And there is a conspiracy theory that I'm promoting that we're actually, our nuclear reactors are still producing nuclear waste in America. And it does occur to me that the people that own the nuclear waste see it as property. Excellent. I should say excellent, but I'm going to say excrement instead. Excrement choice. But yeah, the fact that we have nuclear radiation dumps all around the world is a horrible thing, and nobody's doing anything to stop that, and the nuclear question is still very unclear. So in a way, there is conspiracy right now to cover up the nuclear radiation that's in our oceans. So take, for instance, the fact that our government has not done any radiation in the waters of California, Oregon, or Washington. Independent testings are showing high levels of gamma rays and cesium. But our government hasn't done a single nuclear test in the waters off the coast of California. That's a conspiracy theory that they're purposely covering it up because the people that own the nuclear waste and the people that are concerned are two different people. Yeah, nuclear is unclear. Be a good use of the word equal, or the letter equal, the character equal. Frankly, we're not going to be able to deal with the nuclear radiation we currently have, so if we continue moving in this direction with poor old technology like other countries are using, even Japan is even toying with the idea of restarting their old reactors. Big mistake. China is developing fusion reactions, miniature reactors, micro reactors that look promising, that don't look like they could melt down. So China is looking at nuclear. There's a pebble reactor concept that is being promoted where there's no chance of nuclear radiation melting down. So in lieu of that fact, nuclear being unclear, I think a lot of our leaders won't even talk about it, and I bring up the issue of how I want to get rid of nuclear waste in this country by reducing it at certain key points. There's been $7 billion put into Yucca Flats in Nevada, and Barack Obama pretty much shut it down. George W. had $7 billion invested in this, $7 billion in Yucca Flats, and we've pretty much seen it shut down completely by now Donald Trump too. So we will be reviving that opportunity for us to bury radiation, and we will open up the idea of glassification, which is something the Hanford Nuclear Radiation Repository here in Washington tried to do and was successful at it, but Obama shut it down, and Trump has continued to shut it down. So we will be dealing with nuclear radiation problems. That's my point. Okay, today, Representative Omar and another representative have come out talking very negatively about our friends and allies, Israel. And these people are anti-Israel. Now, I'm not anti-Israel. I'm anti-Zionism in the current form. I'm anti-New World Order. These people don't talk about it at all. And in fact, this woman is so completely lost mentally. She's not intelligent per se. She openly said in front of everyone here on Fox News, in front of the entire country actually, they have her talking about how Israel gets $3 million a year from the U.S. Now, not only is that inaccurate, it's bizarrely stupid that she would say something, reading it off a paper without even vetting the fact that Israel gets $3 billion from the U.S. every year. Now, this woman is trying to attack our ally Israel without any teeth and any knowledge and any specifics. That's not acceptable. I don't like that, but I do support the idea of challenging the power of AIPAC in our country and the New World Order. That's where I start. These people are on the wrong track. They purposely hire cronies like her who married her brother to make him a U.S. citizen who should be prosecuted. They purposely hire these people because they want these idiots in play. Listen to this.
We in the United States have a constructive role to play. We give Israel more than $3 million in aid every year.
I would say it's significantly more than 3 million, you dumb, stupid idiot. You see what I'm saying? We give Israel $3.5 billion a year. Yeah, we're wasting $3.5 billion a year. And she says it's 3 million. That's how completely out of it she is. It's unreal. Anyway, moving on. Prince Andrew is denying anything, and London will not investigate him regarding Jeffrey Epstein. That story is being squelched by MI5, I'm sure. Every single story about Jeffrey Epstein and Prince Andrew, and I wouldn't doubt the Maxwell case will not evolve either. Ghislaine Maxwell is wondering if she's going to be, looked into. She made a bold move the other day by sitting in front of an In-N-Out Burger in Los Angeles with a book about how CIA people can get taken out. Tell me that's not Ghislaine Maxwell telling the world that she knows full well that she's protected. Yeah, she was reading a book talking about the CIA's personal hit list on their own people. Yeah, if that isn't a strange statement by Ghislaine Maxwell, I don't know what is. But this is an ongoing situation. The investigation into Andrew is going to be stopped. There will be no investigation. The fact that he was at Orgy Island right after Jeffrey Epstein was in the 13-month prison cell for sex trafficking is a little suspicious. And there's no way the royal family can talk their way out of that one. But the royal family has openly made statements to the fact that he is not in any way involved with this Virginia Roberts, never was. He posted a picture, that's about it. So, I'm of the belief that we'd have to have solid evidence and pursue that evidence if we're going to name and blame anybody at this point. And I know our government's suppressing evidence. So I'm more concerned about that right now than I am about MI5's decision to squelch the entire investigation. Yeah. We need a lot of answers from our own police before I start blaming the English police. We don't know anything about that, Zenas. I'll call you Zenas. That'll be your new name. Short for anus, but with an X on it. Yeah, I don't really think you're legitimate. You're coming in here to try to troll our show, aren't you? Oh, Trump likes Kim Jong-un. They're close now. I wouldn't doubt they're going to go do a little bromance backpacking up in Mount Fukushima. Okay, we're going to remove you from the show. We don't need your crap here. Okay, what do you got? Wow. Hey, thanks for that input. We've reached a new low here. We're resorting to some people sending me soft porn. I don't do that, man. We now take a brief break to go to Larry Sinclair, the man who claimed he was having oral sex with Barack Obama while Barack Obama hit a crack pipe, smoking it while he was, Barack Obama never sued the guy.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Hey, we got a big bump in the stock market. It went over 26,000 again. Big spike, early morning spike. Must have been something in the news. Oh, I know. Yeah. This is how easy the stock market can move. All Trump had to say is Trump bolsters considered to move to bolster economy. So for a while over the weekend, Trump was denying that we were in a recession. Now he just issued, a statement, and all of a sudden the economy starts going forward. That's good. That's nice. See how fickle the economy is? Yeah. It's not that hard to be positive, Donald. Yeah. Well, I think a lot of you are fixated on anything but reality. It's a lot easier to talk about soft porn or whatever you're talking about than reality. Yeah. Who wants to talk about conspiracy theories? I mean, when you can talk about... They've got a robot that does shooting. In a robot competition, Toyota's Q3 shows how well it can shoot the basketball. This guy may be a major competitor in North Korean basketball. Awesome. Oh, arigato. Yeah, so maybe you'll be seeing him play in the NBA soon. All right. So many people are wondering how in the world they're able to do this, how they're able to censor our show. Well, they control the networks that we broadcast on. And because we can't really find a new network to broadcast on, being they're cutting off networks left and right, trying to limit people's access, we're kind of forced right now to work on developing our own show. And I'm in the works at this point of developing my own show with open access to guest chat. It is called censorship. I just can't understand why you people can't understand the word censorship. I'm having a hard time with the idea that many of you people who get grandfathered in here don't have the understanding of the word censorship. And I'm essentially being censored at all levels by people who obviously get lots of money to do it. So you keep asking me, why are you not being seen? Why is your viewership dropping off around 8:30? It is prime time. That's why they dropped me at that time. They shut me down. Testing workers at 3 Mile Island revealed radon gas in some homes was irradiating people. I did not know that. Thank you for telling me, Dalami. Photo Rain was in. You're drinking out of a well. That's good, Dalami. No, you don't get it. Mark controls who gets in the show. I can't believe that you're actually struggling with this theory. I'm working with USMSC currently with Splitting Distance in North Korea. Don't understand the relationship between Trump and Kim when guns are pointed at me. Whoa, we got a really interesting statement. Waiting for Chicken came in the show. Some of you are able to get in because you're new people, and maybe you're lucky enough to get through the IP ban against you. But look what Waiting for Chicken says. Reality. I'm working for USMC, USFK, currently within spitting distance of North Korea. Don't understand the relationship between Trump and Kim when guns are pointed at me. I don't know a Comrade Andropov. Yes, but hey, you're honestly in crosshairs of a country that would blow you away, and you're wondering why Trump is cozying up with them. Let's just say that Trump's relationship with North Korea is farcical and was put on by Russia. The facts are that Russia set up the past 3 meetings with Trump and Kim Jong-un. Representative Financia, the foreign minister for Russia, Lavrov, has been ahead of every single meeting Trump has had with Kim Jong-un, making the deals. In fact, the most recent meeting was recently upset when Lavrov offered Kim Jong-un 800,000 bottles of vodka in exchange for going to meet Trump. And when Kim Jong-un got there, they reported the vodka shipment at the docks, Lavrov did, and they rescinded the order. So North Korea was extremely upset. And that's why he's firing missiles off, because he knows he's powerless. He has to suck up to Russia. That's his weak link. Russia controls North Korea, as does China as well, but more like a brother does. But Russia has the goods on North Korea. So they can make it happen or not make it happen. It's pretty obvious Donald Trump is not working solely for America at this point. He's working for Russia too. And we found that out in our recent election, and we know now from the Mueller's testimony that Donald Trump is essentially a representative of Russia. Well, Mueller testified in the final hours of the Senate subcommittee hearing that Donald Trump had been blackmailed by Russia. That's a fact. The media doesn't cover it. And the blackmail was over a sex tape, and that Mueller knew about this for 2 years. That came out in the final minutes of the testifying period. And then there was another statement that was shocking. Mueller didn't even know that Jared Kushner had reached out to get a private contact with the Kremlin, even though it was well known throughout the U.S. over the past 3 years that Jared Kushner tried to reach out and get a private conversation with the Kremlin. Mueller didn't even know about that. Other things that came out during the Mueller testimony that just don't make any sense. Why Mueller would not pursue the case against Manafort, the second trial in which money laundering would have been the obvious study, where they would have looked at that. And fourthly, Mueller didn't even ask for Donald Trump's tax returns. To this day, Donald Trump is hiding his tax returns from even the House Ways and Means Committee, and no one's raising a stink about that. So clearly our government's already been taken over de facto by a Russian oligarch group of Zionists, as well as the people that run AIPAC. It's already in the works. The two-party system has been co-opted. I'm being censored daily. You'd think all of this would become obvious to you after I talk about it over and over again, but I'm trying to make it as simple as possible for all of you. Our president has something they're blackmailing him on. That means that we don't have control. Period. It's not going to be peace with Russia. No, they're working to destroy us. In the 1960s, Khrushchev met John F. Kennedy, and he acted like John F. Kennedy was a joke. And John F. Kennedy was very disrespected by Khrushchev. In a letter Nikita Khrushchev wrote, he said, and I'm quoting, "We will take America down, we will take America without even firing a shot." That's a prediction from Nikita Khrushchev, who met with John F. Kennedy, and now we've got a president who's willing to do anything for money and have sex tapes. I'm sorry, but we've got a serious issue going on here. And if you think for a second that we should just ignore this prediction, this chilling prediction, you're mistaken. If you're a true American, you're going to vote third party in the upcoming election. America's third party is here for the long term. We're not going to let this country slip away. I've done everything I can, maintaining a show 11 years straight without any skips, not even a day off. I'm planning on taking a day off coming up in about 2 weeks. I will be taking 1 day off, but I might come in and do the show anyway. You may or may not see me that night, but I'll tell you in advance of what night it'll be. But the whole thing is, this show is a major, almost thorn in the side of the power elite. They have no idea how to stop me. Because I've used all the proper methods. I don't publicly assemble. They could arrest people, seat us with all kinds of weird agents of anarchists or God knows what. We don't do public assembly. We have a show that runs on a backbone of very few dollars because we don't get a lot of money. And there's no way that they can make me think that nobody's watching it by limiting people to get in here. So they're failing in every department. They're failing to convince me that they're going to be able to stop me. We don't have a VP selected, McDundy. We're too far down in the censorship to worry about that right now. The accident in Sabria is, believe me, is just a small blip in the big picture. What blew up in Sabria, the chilling adventures of Sabrina. Now, are you talking about the firework incident in Russia that happened? David, explain to me what's wrong with making a sex tape. I don't think it's right to actually exploit a president who has his penis hanging out. I really think we're dealing with a national security risk, and I'm surprised you're even asking me that question. I know. I serve a lot of people for less. I haven't been laughed at all. In fact, the people laughing are afraid of me. Yeah, that was a terrible accident, but that's nothing in the big picture. I mean, Russia, I'm more concerned about Alexei Navalny. Recently was poisoned. He's the only competitor against Vladimir Putin in the upcoming elections. And now may be poisoned. They think it may be possible polonium. Yeah, this is a story that continues to throw out. I mean, if you think Russia's a country to hang out with, I have to only tell you that Vladimir Putin eliminates all of his enemies. Russian opposition politician Alexei Navalny has been hospitalized with symptoms of one of his doctors that appear to be the result of poisoning. And then they stuck him back in the general population, and here we are almost 2 weeks later. I don't know if he's going to make it. August 1st, he said he was poisoned in custody. Kremlin critic Alexei Navalny says he was poisoned in custody. So, again, they're willing to poison their competitors. He's had facial sores. He said he's got a reaction. He's never had any allergies in his life. He can barely open his eyes. You can see that. All I'm saying is they're getting rid of enemies over there. That's not a country you want to do business with. The show started at 6 o'clock, at 5 o'clock. 5 p.m. is the start time of the show. We record from 6 to 10. Yeah, I feel like I'll give America a chance to get better if you give me a chance. I agree. But again, bear in mind, we're up against brainwashing at all levels. So hang in there, folks. How was dinner?
I didn't make up a plate for it.
Oh, I'll take care of it. Yeah, thank you. You have problems on Vaughn Live, but not here? Okay, Joe, well, you're lucky to be in our show. iVlog just had 40 viewers, and it was noted by Add the One that we had 40 viewers. And then it went down to 6 in a second. Well, iVlog's playing games, we know that. And you notice that iVlog got rid of all guest chat. You notice there's no guest chat anymore at iVlog?
Oh.
Yeah, they eliminated it completely. Yep. So they're trying to hold back the storm of people coming in here. And Hogslammer's in the cams getting some cam time. There's Hogslammer.
Hi, Hogslammer.
Oh, he's got a nice mic out there too. He's got a big mic.
Whoa.
Hey man. There you go.
Check.
You sound good.
Check.
Testing one.
Hi.
Good clean sound coming out of Hogslammer.
Yeah. You sound good, Dave.
Right on, man. There's his
I feel
ear.
like it's a little.
We got a good close-up of your ear there.
Okay.
That sounds really good, man. If Sarah wants to turn that on, she can. Okay. Okay.
Oh, we'll show you. I'll show you in a second here, DNT.
Wild Bob for America says, no, Russia was never a country to do with business. I know. Tell me about it. That's why I'm trying to get you Republicans to realize that supporting Trump means you're supporting Russia. I mean, Trump's been compromised, man. All you Republicans need to spread the word about America's third party. Same with you Democrats. You're not going to get anybody to support the rights of homeless people and deal with the environmental crisis. The Democratic Party protects companies like Dow Chemical. I will not. I'll be aggressive toward those companies that are producing toxins right now. And I will help homeless people.
Time to turn it right side up. You're like, that is Tequila Ray car. All right, here I'll add source screen capture. Smart selection. There's Hog Slammer. Okay. No, I don't think he's ever done that. That I am aware of. I have. Have you done that? Sounds kind of bizarre. But very limber. Oh, yay! New York EMT got some red wigglers for his compost bucket. They dove right in. You do want to give them a little bedding of either dirt or dirt. Oh, sorry. I had the one. Usually I do peat moss, which is really soft, or they really love manure, like horse manure or steer manure. They went top coffee ground layer. And then this year I heard that red wrigglers, they really only live the first 6 inches of soil. So I'm rethinking how I'm going to compost this year. I should probably talk to David about that. Hello, kitty cat. What? I know you want to go see David, but let me show you the show. Oh, there you go. All right. People wanted to see you for a second, that's all. You woke up from your nap. You're like, where did David go? I love his voice. And he left the room. I know, only if I clean her litter box do I get toxoplasmosis. Which sometimes that happens. Oh, would you like to stay with me? That's already happened. Okay. Since September of last year, you've been trying to get into the show. How did it happen? How did you finally make it in? Did you route? We're routing through coolrock.com to get into the chat room. Amber is a weird name for a cat. Well, I used to have an amber stone in my ring, and I was like, oh, she looks like amber color. So my family named her Poe, like Edgar Allan Poe. But I just didn't think she was a Poe. So I changed her name to Amber Ellen Poe, which I think is good. No, I would not name my child Poe. No, I'm not running for any offices in 2020. And no, I'm not great with computers. You just kept trying and finally you have success. Maybe refreshing or something. I'm glad you finally had success preparation. Hello, Add the One. Hello. Okay, you had audio problems. Do you want me to put you back on screen? You can give me a thumbs up if you do. All right. You never use your headset, but only on iVlog. You have issues with echo and delay. Yes, well, it's really because when David puts you on, when we turn on your speaker, then it's like you're hearing yourself, and that's when the echo happens and delay happens. Vaughn has issues with refreshing, and you can't come up there as a co-host. Okay, so I think we just stay on iVlog, and there is also, hello Pedro half brother, there's also a Periscope, but no, I have, unfortunately David's not making my relatives sleep in a tent outside either, at least not yet. That might come later. Bengalitis asks, Sarah, is marriage an old-fashioned, useless concept? Well, I just watched a show called Married at First Sight, and that was pretty interesting. That made me have more hope in marriage. Howie says there are no benefits for a man to get married. None. It might be true, because then a woman becomes... I think there's no benefits for a working person, so what do you call it, a career person, to get married. Because I mean, the same can be said of a career woman who, and the guy wants to just stay at home and live off the woman. I mean, they can claim that they own half of everything. I have says divorce is what kills rich men. You definitely need a pre-cup. You mean prenuptial agreement for every marriage. Unless you're poor and she's rich, then don't get one. Yeah, maybe no freeloaders of any kind. Men, women, people shouldn't be freeloaders. Or, you know, freeload equally. I don't know. Okay, wait. Sorry, you're saying something.
And everything will be cool and okay and chill and peace. Okay? But that shit is getting deep. Real deep. Sarah's talking some deep action about getting married. It's you know, prenups. It's terrible to think about all of the things that could go wrong, but I can't help it. I've seen it. Marriage and, well, it's mainly the divorce part and how they got to the divorce, and just seems like most people that get married are getting divorces. And now I'm 45, and you know what I mean? Now my friends have been divorced twice already. Like, when are they going to learn?
Divorced twice?
Maybe it's not a good idea financially to get married because of the divorce. You can't ignore what could happen. What could she or he do to you that could financially wreck you? And so, you know what I mean?
And I will have to say
because
this.
of anger, and there's not going to be usually
I agree with you,
call it
Hogslimer.
a mutual parting like me and my ex did.
That's good.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think with marriage, one of the things that I don't like about marriage contracts in general, and one of the reasons I'm not married, is because it has all these legal bindings that you can separate it out and tease out individually. So for instance, one person says, oh, you should get married because then you want that person to be able to make the decision for if you're incapacitated and aren't healthy enough to make healthcare decisions for yourself. You can get what is called a healthcare directive. Right. And if you have a healthcare directive, you can put anybody on there that you want to make those decisions for you. Like, it doesn't have to be your family. If you don't write one, then your family defaults anyone related to you, or, well, first married to you and then related to you. But a healthcare directive, you can be like, I want my best friend Bob to make my decisions. So I strongly recommend doing that. And then the other thing that you can do is, like, you can buy a house with somebody without being married to them. And then that just ties that one asset together. You can also, if you do love someone and you're like, I want to help take care of them, you can get what's, of course, a will, and you can write whoever you want your things to go to, your possessions to go to. If you don't want to go out and write a will, every time you open a bank account, you can put on there for your bank accounts a beneficiary and say who you want to be your beneficiary. So those are some of the things that I would suggest you all look into. You've been to the hospital many times for
There's many
stitches.
ways to reach that without having to, yeah.
Yeah, and marriage is just like, I really don't. It's the emotional attachment when you're entering into something that's so emotional rather than, and then it becomes illegal. I do have a problem with that. Yeah, it's like, especially I'm very logical, and so that oftentimes marriage is all about emotion rather than logic and legality. You're in debt in the millions thanks to hospital bills. Well, if you own a house, don't take out a mortgage or a second mortgage to pay those off. Let them put a lien on it. First thing you got to do is pay off your car. Second thing you got to do is pay off your house. And then keep those two things. Never take any loans based on your car or your house.
That's pretty good advice right there.
Yep. Because like a hospital, they can put a lien on your house, but they cannot force evict you from your house. However, if you have a mortgage, a bank technically owns your house, and then they can evict you. I have a friend who had her husband had major surgeries and hospital bills accumulated, and so they took out a mortgage or second mortgage to pay the hospital bills, and then they basically were
Stupid.
kicked out of their house. And that's when I did some research on that, and I was like, yeah, because now the hospital, they can put a lien on it, and that means whoever you wanted to inherit won't inherit it. It'll go to the hospital basically when you die to pay the bills. But now, of course, I'm not a lawyer, so do seek legal advice on those, because states can vary. They have these things about, states will lock down the money for 6 to 12 months to see if you owe any money. And, in some states, a marriage contract overpowers the will. Maybe I should marry David just to make sure he doesn't go and get married to somebody else. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Your stroke cost you
Stipulations and
$500,000.
stipulations.
Yeah, it's crazy, all these stipulations. Wow. I'm so sorry, preparation each. I was hearing, so
I got sick of all the drama just watching my friends and family. Honestly, I just want to stay out of that kind of lifestyle. It didn't look appealing to me, and I tried. I had a taste of it, and maybe it was the wrong woman. Probably was, but I just at this time don't feel like messing in that area. It seems too dangerous and risky for me to be able to reach my personal goals I haven't been able to reach yet. I mean, I'm already half dead. I need to buckle down. A lot of it takes money, and the amount of money that comes in that I can possibly make, it's going to take a long time, a few years, just to sit here and wait for that amount to be built up so I can get whatever thing to make it, complete.
Yeah.
I think that's what everybody's doing in life. At least I hope.
Especially when we're heading into a recession, that there's lots of talk in the news about a recession, but then the stock market rebounded. Then they're talking about.
Yeah, what does that mean? What is a recession?
I'm looking it up because I'm like, what does that mean, and what does it mean for me too? Because it's been in the news, and my family's talking about it. So I just looked it up, and so we can study that together. Here is
Here we go. Everybody's gonna feel poor.
For
some reason, it's called recession. And it's gonna happen. It's like getting hit by a comet. It'll be okay. We'll make it.
What is a recession?
Buckle up.
It's when the economy declines significantly for at least 6 months. There's a drop in the following 5 economic indicators: real gross domestic product, income, employment, manufacturing, retail sales. Actually, I should take you back to what I saw. This was good. Oh wait. So they say
Recession there. Yeah.
here's a
Examples
picture,
of impacts and
and it says unemployment rates rise. So this was back in 2008. 16,000 jobs were lost in January. Consumer purchases fall
Yeah,
off.
sure.
Businesses go bankrupt. People lose their homes. And young people can't get a good job after school. Actually, I kind of think all of those.
This is perfect time for me to buy my house with the house's prices falling like that.
Exact.
For a guy like me, that's the only benefit I see about that. Right?
That's exactly what I'm thinking too. And I personally don't necessarily know if this is due to a recession or due to automation happening. All right, so they say income.
There seems to be a pattern. It doesn't matter who's president. It just seems like it happens to me. There's always a recession, and it's just about that time. And I know the Democrats are going to try to use it against Trump to blame him for his China dealings and Russia dabblings, and try to spin it. And they themselves, creating the hype, will create the recession like they always do. So in the end of the day, it's still the Democrats' fault for fearing the nation into a recession. I think that's what it is myself. A lot of it.
It says a period
Probably
of.
wouldn't be as bad as if they wouldn't just keep scaring us about it early.
Yeah. So the National Bureau of Economic Research defines a recession as a period of falling economic activity spread across the economy lasting more than a few months. It's a private nonprofit that announces when recessions start and stop. It's a national source for measuring the stages of the business cycle. So I'll look into that more. But I agreed with you, like, oh, maybe like home prices will actually be affordable, because they are so not affordable now. I mean, who can afford a house? Not many people.
It's location, and of course also condition. If you're willing to buy something that has foundation issues like me, depending on the square footage of it, you can probably get it fixed pretty cheaply and kind of flip it. You know, my house is only $12,000.
12,000.
It's like half the price of a new car. You know?
Your house was only $12,000.
Yeah, it's like it's 400. Yeah, it's 440 square foot, and it was built in 1920. So everything's plaster wood lathe, but it's in good condition. I mean, as far as it's together, and it's got all new plumbing and electrical. But it has some foundation. It's a brick foundation, so it needs to be repointed, and you know what I mean, and put I-beams up on one wall because it's starting to come in a little bit, and the water is not draining properly. So, but still, a couple $1,000s to fix the foundation, jack the house up, and get it straightened out again. And you know, it sounds like major. If you would buy a huge house, like 5,000 square foot, that's a huge, expensive job. You're talking tens of thousands of dollars to help fix something, and you don't want to get yourself into that kind of problem. But for guys like me, you buy a very, very, very tiny home, one-bedroom home, and in a place that's affordable to live, like Kansas, and you know, you're going to get something around $12,000.
That's pretty cool. Yeah. Do you have problems with mosquitoes out there? I hate mosquitoes.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't go outside too much. Matter of fact, I sleep with a hammock in my house with 2 mosquito things going off and a bug net, so nothing can bite me when I'm sleeping.
Okay, so that's the problem.
So,
That's why I
because
can't
they
move to
seem to
Kansas.
always
I'm going
get
to
in
stay
my
where I
bed
am.
when
You can't
I'm
see it
sleeping.
now, but I think I got bit by, yes, you can. Yeah, you can see it. Like there. See that little red bump? I was just working out in the garden for
Mosquitoes?
like 10 minutes and got bit by a mosquito, like the only mosquito in like
What, up in
my-
Seattle?
Yeah.
Right?
But the summer was way bad because I went to the East Coast and I got bit by like 20. I would have that same time period. I would have 25 bites on the East Coast
Right.
or in Kansas or something like that. But yeah,
Oh yeah, they'll eat you alive. like
They-
I said.
they
You
would.
went out there like naked, basically. You shouldn't have done that. Yeah. Nobody does that. We've got the West Nile virus and stuff. It's already spread throughout the whole state.
Oh my goodness.
So I don't go outside.
I should have my doctor just.
The only thing I do before I
check
go
me for
outside is I
illness.
put on that oil of Olay.
Yes, I have heard that, and I've tried it, and I guess it did work a little bit. Yeah, I bought this mosquito net.
You got to keep applying it. If you sweat it out, you got to put more on.
Goodness. I bought this, I'll show you guys, my mosquito net, and that's.
Cool.
Oh, I think I put it away. It covers my whole head with mosquito netting. It's actually a full on suit, like a top for the body and pants. And that's what I had to wear this summer. But I didn't wear it like the first 2 days, and so I got probably 50, 60 bites.
It's like a bee suit.
Yes, exactly. It was kind of like a bee suit. No, I did not purge
Ready to
you.
go outside, and you're just, you know what I mean, completely like shiny, puffy coated out.
Yes, exactly. That's pretty much it. It was like the shiny puffy coat version, but mosquito netting. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Yeah. Well, I hear, if you run a fan, they'll
Yeah.
go away, but
Well, I want to screen in my front porch, and then at least can sit outside and have the fresh breeze.
yeah, that would be good. So I always liked that you had your hammock going on, and I think you remember when I finally got a hammock, and I didn't use it for a long time. So this week or last week, I've used my hammock for the first time. Very excited. Outside. And then
Oh, yeah?
yeah, so
Cool.
I love it. I'm like, this is like cool. I was just chilling out my hammock. Yes, and I took a little nap out there, and it was just so
Not getting
ideal.
bit by mosquitoes, everything's fine. so far.
Well, actually, we don't have that many mosquitoes up here. There's not too many. That's what I like about this place.
Yeah, I don't remember you guys had that many things that bit you, because I lived in Seattle for about a year, a couple
Yeah.
decades ago.
But we don't
So
now.
always
The
rainy.
price.
So what kind of bug would want to fly out in that kind of drizzly crap all the time?
Well, they
it
say that-
rains, it rains, drizzles. And then finally it's a sunny day and everybody's out, and it's crazy in Seattle because there's so many people out at the same time. So it's just like totally, what do you call it? I have like information overload or something.
Just-
people. I'm not used to that.
Yeah, too many people. Yeah, Seattle is a crazy busy town, but it's just yeah, it is. It's almost like driving on the East Coast. It's that bad. Like all the places over there.
We lived in West Seattle, and it took me like 2 hours to get from Puget Sound Bay to West Seattle, because when there's a stupid King Dome thing going on, this is before they blew the King Dome up.
Yeah, now they have.
We had to. The bus would go by the King Dome. That was the only way to get to my house. And God, backed up traffic forever. People screaming, dude, going crazy, road raging.
Yeah, definitely.
Stupid bikers. You know what I mean? Everybody's all mad at the bikers.
Yeah. This is exactly. That is exactly like my my nylon bug jacket. That's exactly what I have to wear when I go to the East Coast now. Thank you, Maxed Out Credit. Yep.
Yeah, I would definitely take notes of what happened and alleviate all that to enjoy it. Other than that, it's fine.
Yeah. Your friend in Iqbal told you the bugs are so bad because it's abnormally warm. Usually it's 3 degrees Celsius this time of year, but it's 20 degrees Celsius today. Wow. They were all saying, yeah, they're really bad this year. It is probably the whole global warming. Oh. That must have been fun preparation H back in the day.
The humidity is insane right now.
True Blue has an article, no, wages are not rising because of minimum wage laws.
Yeah.
they're
But
wrong.
not in here. It's perfect.
Inside your place. So it's just like it's a one bedroom house.
Yeah, this. Yeah, today I used some free software I'd like to tell you about, and Dave, because I know you guys like good software tools. This is for making your home, right? And once you make your home, you'd think that it's hard to do, but I'm not very good at math. But, it's called 3D something. Sweet Home 3D. Yeah,
Oh,
.com.
cool.
SweetHome3D.com. And let me go ahead and pop that link in there. I used it, and then within one day I recreated the house. It's not that big of a house, and the basement. And plus there was a foot ledge that comes out from the house frame, and there's a window in there. It's kind of like a sill that comes out. And that was kind of difficult to try to get it to build it in this actual software. It's like, so they called it, you had to make another level, a positive level. So 0 is, this is math here, 0 is the plane, ground level. And then -1 would be basement. And you just say -1 equals 8-foot high walls. And so then it will dig 8 foot down. And it's really neat. And you could texture the walls. And
That's
one day,
cool.
I streamed on Vaughn today. Nobody really joined. It looked pretty boring. But I recreated my whole home from measuring the inside of the walls to the walls. And I didn't have a blueprint or anything. So what I'm trying to do
Now you can
is figure out like how much flooring I would need, what are the square footage dimensions of each room. If I knock this wall out and make it one big room, what would that look like, and what could I put there, and cool stuff, just like, you know, what
Oh,
would I
that's
finish
cool.
up the basement, you know, install a wood burning stove and get the chimney working again. That'd be neat. Tons of money I could drop into this house, but having it on the computer's neat because you can play SimCity with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can design it the way you want. You can do different designs, and
Sweet
that's
Home
how.
3D is what it's called. I'd highly recommend you check it out. And
Oh yeah, let me pop it in the other chat over at Vaughn, and over here too at Periscope. Yeah, that's pretty cool. The Sweet Home 3D, that looks very good. I know Miss Anthropy told me about something I should get yesterday. It was a free, or 2 days ago, free software that was
I
like
thought I was in the Vaughn chat room and I was in the wrong chat room.
calming
Here it is.
or something. Oh yeah, they're Hog Slammers in both chat rooms. There you go. Cool. Oh, you
And do a
suggest I
pop-out chat here.
get this on the next trip to sting the mosquitoes back. Oh, that's cute. That's hilarious. Only I would get that maxed out credit. Here, I'll show people. But he says, sting the mosquitoes back. Oh man, yeah, I'm just glad I don't think I got any of those.
I'm Woody Harrelson's stunt brother.
Mosquito things. You're Woody Harrelson's brother. You told him that. That's good.
Stunt brother. Stunt brother.
Step brother. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that is cute. All right, yeah. So it's coming up on September. I'm going to have to get back to work. That's a little nervous. I'm a little nervous with that, but I shouldn't be. It's all good, I think. But teachers get nervous just like students do. But yeah.
School has started. You have to go back to work, right?
Well, it hasn't started yet here. Next week I have to go in for a week of training, and then the week after that it will start. We start late, but then we, like other schools have started around the country, schools started already, but ours, we start a little late, but then we go back. We get out late, so we don't get out of school until the end of June. A couple of your teacher friends went out on Friday, and some of them, even if they start, Yeah, some of the new teachers, they're already there. Like, they've been there for the last week. Because they're just like, want to get their bulletin boards perfect. And I'm really fortunate that my janitors are like, yeah, your bulletin boards are fine. Leave them. And I just have, like, I have certain things that'll just stay on my bulletin boards pretty much forever till I leave the school. But I still do. I ordered last year. Before last year, I was teaching older students, and so I had a cursive alphabet up on the wall, and I took it down to send to another teacher. And I should have left it up, because now I bought a print alphabet that I need to put up on the wall. The student population shrunk by 12%, so they fired 4 teachers. Wow. Yeah, I could see that happening if that. We've been growing because we're near a Navy base, and so our Navy base has been growing. Yeah, you do have good, well-fed cats, I have to say, Hogslammer. Oh, this is that college that they hired for professors. Yeah, nobody's going to college now. Maybe they can get hired at like Western Governors. All right, preparation wrote, Sarah, the other day I was at the store and some random lady called me by my name. I thought, that's weird. Then she asked if that was my name. I told her yes. Then she told me she was my kindergarten teacher. Oh my goodness. That was years ago and she remembered you from being your kindergarten teacher? Wow. That's amazing. That's a really good kindergarten teacher. I think I can. Oh, and she hugged you. That's so sweet. What a sweet story. Preparation 8. Very good. That's very cool. She's like, oh, I taught you kindergarten. Alright. Yeah.
Molly don't want no love.
Oh, that's good, Bob. I'm glad you have a soft spot for teachers. Yeah. Howie, everybody's a freeloader to you. You're like, cats are freeloaders unless you have mice or rats. Cats give people, like,
Pretty much, I'm the master.
companionship. I know my cat gives me companionship. Sometimes. Sometimes she is just a freeloader and only likes David. Oh yes, Sunchild likes Mrs. Kaimo, your cat. Yeah. I will thank you, Bob, for reminding me. I'll just keep trying to be a good
I
teacher.
got all those things.
What game is that you're playing a game? Or is that your different sweet home houses? Yeah. I'm so glad that teachers do get summers off. But as my teacher
I'm
friend said,
camming down. I have to take my shirt off, and we can't take shirts off on the show. I've got to put the TENS unit on, and it goes on my back, and I actually have to pull my pants down a little bit too, because, you know what I mean? I got the bones in the back, the lumbar, L1, 2, 3, 4, 5, L5, S1, right there. So I got to put the pads a little bit down my buttocks, the glutes. I think it hits it just right. It just massages that right in there. 47 different modes on this thing, and it's great. It really it's knocking out the pain and the knots that are in there, and I can recover a lot faster. Sometimes I only need to do about 10 minutes, and it takes all of my middle back pain gone away, and it stays that way for a while.
Wow.
Old man problems, y'all. Everybody needs to get a TENS unit. They're like down to like $30.
So that's what I should get David for Christmas. Wow. That's what you reckon, max out?
Yeah, it's like you stick those things on. It's like getting a massage.
It's like getting a
You
massage.
just don't want to put them over your eyes. You don't want to put it over your heart.
It's like sends a little
You don't want to
electrical
put them on your
signal.
genitals or any other holes.
Wow. I'm glad it's helping you. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So you had an ex, Bob BH had an ex.
Yeah, it's
wife
totally
that was
awesome.
different.
Everybody's got to try one.
All right, I will do that. That reminds me, I should get out my foot massager. I should definitely do that. All right, he had to go off because he's getting his massage thing going. I have a foot massager that I should take out and run. I like it. It's just a dry foot massager. Yeah. You broke your neck and your back in 1971 and you had to be isolated for 21 months. Wow. And that back and neck brace for 18 months. Wow. Does he have an old computer that sounds like a Hitachi? Well, he has you mean his electric shaver? Maybe, if that's what you mean. He has an electric shaver, and it might be a Hitachi. Thinking of all the old computers I have. Anyway. Oh, good. I'm glad you bought a back brace. That's good. True Leo still has all his braces to the broken ones. Wow. You had a break in 1986. Wow. 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 Hello, yo, Colin. Oh, yes, my name is Sarah. Nice to meet you, Bob. I have the name David Sponheim above me because he will be on the show in about 5 minutes.
Actually, I'm coming right in.
Oh, wait.
You've been in a
1
long
minute.
time. You've been in
I
like
give
45
David
minutes.
breaks.
You get a big break. Thank you.
I'll be back in about an hour or so.
You don't have to. I mean, you can take the whole night off if you want. I mean,
Oh, or
it's up
maybe
to you.
not.
No, it's up to you. If you want to stay the whole night, because you just gave me a 40-minute break, and
Not legally, but we are together. We're not legally married.
no, we're not.
We were talking about marriage earlier, Hog Slammer and I, and
Oh.
in marriage it just it can end up costing people lots of money and stress and time, and so many people get divorced. And anyway,
Yeah,
And-
I was always taught that kids were really the reason why people got married. That was taught that. My parents got married because they wanted kids. If you don't want kids, what's the...
yeah, and
I
I
don't
was
get the name change thing,
I don't know what I was taught, but I've come to believe that maybe it's from being around David so long, but yeah.
I didn't want to change your view of marriage. I would love to give you a beautiful wedding. I really would.
I don't want-
It's mythical in my mind, though. That's the thing, and I don't want it to turn into a reality that isn't exactly what is mythical. I'd love for things to be absolutely mythically perfect for a wedding, but that's
I
the
don't
problem
wanna
with
spend-
weddings.
I don't want.
That's lots of effort that goes into weddings, and My parents are no longer alive, so
I was watching this other show about like how much weddings cost, and these old couples like that were together 50 years. They're like, "Well, we had it at our house, and we made the food ourselves, and I think my mom sewed my wedding dress, so all told, it cost us like $500." And then it was this show, and they're like, "How much did this?" And then they're showing this couple that has like a huge wedding and how much it cost them, and it's like $60,000.
yeah.
And I'm like, I have a lot of other things I'd rather spend $60,000
I know.
on than a wedding. I mean, we just went on a 5-week trip,
Right.
and it cost maybe $5,000
Right.
for the entire 5 weeks.
Yeah.
And that included gas and hotel rooms, and
Yeah.
well, fortunately, we stayed at some places that weren't. It wasn't a hotel room every night, but I mean, that's pretty decent.
Okay, we got a contribution from the Sunchild. She created a little file of videos that she wants me to play
I
tonight.
don't want this.
Okay. I'll look at that later tonight.
Oh goodness,
Thank you.
no.
Oh, it's not happening? Oh no, that's horrible, Sunchild. That's a bad choice. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
inappropriate. Yeah, we won't play
I mean,
that.
if I were David, I would probably be purging you right now.
I know.
Ugh,
It's not a
but
good
whatever.
choice. No. Thank you, Sarah.
I can
And
see.
again, you don't
that's
have to
not-
come back. If you want to just take the night off, I don't care.
Okay.
It's your vacation. I want you to feel like you've got total leniency here. Bob VH said that Bob, you joined with Vaughn Live by buying an account. Wow. You've been separated for 4 years. You still can't get a divorce, but you have a prenup. Well, my last marriage, even though we had a prenup and have been separated for 4 years, I can't still get a divorce. Bob, yeah, that sucks. There wasn't an early divorce or a speedy divorce clause in your prenup. Yeah, you have the right to a speedy trial in this country, and that could be built into your prenup. Of course, you won't have a second chance on that. Sweet Home 3D looks pretty fun. I'll have to look at that later. Yeah, I think it's Bob, the guy who's a big Trump supporter. We don't, I can't control his thoughts. Well. Ilhan Omar is still rabble-rousing and getting the total number of dollars that Israel gets completely wrong. And she calls herself a woman of importance when she can't even get a simple statistic right. We give Israel $3 billion a year, not 3 million. Yeah.
Closer to peace. In fact, they do the opposite. They maintain the occupation and prevent a solution to the conflict. Fortunately, we in the United States have a constructive role to play. We give Israel more than $3 million in aid every year.
Well, you're right. It is more than 3 million. It's 3 billion. Okay, nice try though. Gosh, you can't even get something she's reading off a paper, vetted. And her team of people are so nitwitted dumbtards. Democrats, libtards have no clue what's going on. And she's simply a puppet. It's obvious. Minister Anderson. Yeah, well, I'm not here to prejudice against Muslim people, as you know. I am, in fact, a museum artifact. Look at that, all silk. I picked up a tie at a museum of one of our presidents, and I'll be wearing it Friday. The all presidents tie. Yeah. No, I pretty much am kind of negative on AIPAC, negative on Israel, or especially Russian Zionist control of our election. But I'm not negative on Israel. I realize that we're moving forward now, and there's no way we can tell them what to do. She wants Israel to stop telling the people who've landed in the Golan Heights with new residences, Israelis, that they have to abandon their area and leave, which is absurd. It's almost like, the old adage, possession is 9/10 of the law. Well, it really does apply to Israel. They won that area over 7 Muslim nations in the 1967 Yom Kippur War. There's no way that they would relinquish any territory. She's off her gourd. But she won't take on the big question of the power of AIPAC. She needs to get into that. That's much more important. How it affects our country. I do belong in a museum someday, Howie. I mean, there won't be anyone quite like me in the museum. I'm a museum artifact myself. Will you play Mr. Rogers in the new movie instead of Tom Hanks? I could do that. But unfortunately, Tom Hanks has the role. It would be beautiful if we could just all get along. I'd like it if Tom didn't have that reputation of being a beep, beep, beep. No, I'm not an organ donor, man. I don't believe in the organ system. I think there's a conspiracy to make money on organs, and if we give our organs away, we're only leading to a corrupt class of people wearing alligator shoes and $2,000 Armani suits who walk around with little ice boxes carrying hearts. These people are making crap loads of money on your heart. I am a strong supporter of stem cell research, especially organ recreation in a laboratory situation, as opposed to creating a host clone, which I think is ridiculous. We should be able to create organs within test tubes. I don't have a big family. Thanks, Bob. I don't have anything they throw at me and my family because I don't have a big family. And I really don't have anybody really to worry about. I'm not like Trump. With a large extended family. I didn't choose to have children, and Sarah and I are not in any way planning on children. So cloning might be the only way, but I mean, I don't encourage that. I don't want people harvesting clones from each other's bodies. Yeah. You had 70s alligator pointed shoes. They fit super tight. I know. So when you die, the joke's on them because you have cholesterol and you believe that's a valuable ingredient. Sure. I don't believe anything that's out there right now has hurt me. I had a problem with one of my sisters that is public knowledge, and we work things out over time. It's a process. I just don't think you should have an aggressive action against anybody, physically or otherwise, even threatening guns. It's wrong. Yeah, you're giving gun right owners a bad name, Pirate Salty Dog. Threatening people with guns is a very illegal activity too, by the way. Well, whatever. He could be a racist all he wants. I'm not going to kick him out for being who he thinks he is. Being a racist in this show is not a bannable offense. Using the N-word is. Yeah, I told people I don't want the N-word in my show, but if you want to be a racist, I'm not going to ban you for that. You had to F5 sometimes, so I may have lost some things you said. Welcome, Devon. Here we have a guy who actually just got a VIP account because he didn't want to have any problems with the connection. And now he can't even see the show without refreshing 4 or 5 times. There you go. Welcome, Devon. Hello, Inventor Jim Genius. Welcome to the interactive show that goes on and on and on and on. Hey, you got John Fogerty live? Okay, we'll take a look at John Fogerty live. Yeah. Have you ever seen the rain? I want to see that later tonight. But it'll have to be at the top of the hour, 10 o'clock. I do a long show. We got a lot to talk about. Elizabeth Warren is apologizing to Native Americans for ancestry claims. She said, I have made mistakes, but what does that tell the American people who are wondering, how did she manage to get a free education by lying about her Cherokee ancestry, and how come she hasn't paid back anybody for that free education? Now, she not only got a free education when others, like myself, were turned away at colleges like Yale, Harvard, Princeton, and Stanford. They turned me away, even though I was a top #1 student in my class out of 770 students and had high SATs. But they accepted Elizabeth Warren and they gave her a free scholarship and a free ride where she actually became a minority professor at Harvard. So I believe that Elizabeth Warren should make a settlement with the U.S. government for all the money she's earned. And I think if Donald Trump had any balls at all, he'd sue her and for perjury when she filled out her affirmative action pages. It's just, he's letting this woman slide because his handlers are saying, oh, we want to keep Elizabeth Warren in to drive a wedge between the left and the right. So we're not going to get rid of her from the race or charge her with a crime. But can you imagine saying, I've made mistakes? She hasn't learned anything. Where's the money she got and the free education she got? Hello? This woman needs to go to jail. And Donald, if you're listening, I want you to send Elizabeth Warren to jail for violating national perjury and affirmative action honesty laws. Thanks to the link. I can't wait to play John Fogerty live. It's better he's still alive, as opposed to dead. We love John Fogerty. I know, dude. Here's a bug outfit for you. Yeah, that's what Sarah has. She has that outfit, and whenever we go to the East Coast, we have to wear it because this isn't a conspiracy theory. This is really, there's an EEE virus that is transferred through mosquitoes. Now they're saying people in Boston should stay inside at night or during the day or whatever. I would, if you're living on the East Coast, you may want to buy one of these things. Seriously. Because this triple E virus puts you in a coma and then you die. I'm going to give you a link to both rooms right now. I know, the DC established there's nothing wrong with Warren. I know, I am Pisces, welcome back. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? The DC establishment has been behaving like a rogue group ever since I can remember. We went there this summer and I couldn't get over how absolutely impressed everyone was with themselves. We walked around DC and it's like everyone walks around to try to be seen. We were standing in the corner with a few senators walking across the street. And it's almost like they're on a show. They think they're so cool. They each see themselves as rock stars. That's the kind of mentality DC has. Hi, Ad. Hi, my cat Fluffy's in. And you got your show up. Cool. Let's check out your show. She has a daily promotion she puts out for ATP. Look at that. Yeah. Thank you very much. The America's Third Party logo. That's right. Thank you. Up, up, and away, my beautiful cat Fluffy. How are you? Great. Glad to see you're in. Thank you very much. Okay. So I just showed you how Omar said that she was going to we should reconsider aid to Israel, and she doesn't even know how much we've been giving to Israel. I found that really funny. And out of it. Completely out of it. She just doesn't have a clue. Okay, I did do a tribute to Woodstock. Yeah, recently. And I think we're kind of ending the Woodstock era here. And bringing on the Trump flip-flop page here on this site. Yeah, I didn't really, I kind of wanted to talk about some of the things we offer too, like a homestead renewal plan, which the Democrats, Republicans don't offer. We're offering a solar panel rooftop installation plan where we can rent your rooftop, or lease it, I should say, for 40 years. And that you could get money out of the electric bill savings. This is an idea that's revolutionary and will create jobs at a time when we don't have a lot of jobs. In fact, we're heading toward automation and the Democrats and Republicans aren't coming up with new ideas, new ways to fix it. And I am. So ramping up, we're seeing 1.5 million jobs during this time period. That's what I'm shooting for, 1.5 million. And unlike Bernie Sanders, who promises 14 million jobs but doesn't tell you what they are, they will be in these two categories, 1.5 million to start with. Plus, there'll be a lot of training programs to get people a free education that will get them certified in an area that will get them a job. And I'm the originator of that idea. I don't own a bubble wrap suit, no. Do you own a bubble wrap suit? Or have you bubble wrapped yourself? I could make a bubble wrap suit, though. Yeah, I had enough bubble wrap in the back here. Yeah, if I had to bubble wrap myself, I suppose I could. Is there a reason why bubble wrap would be good? Except flotation, maybe, in the event of a tsunami. Brilliant idea. Did you hear that idea? We just got, yeah, bubble wrap suit for flotation. You can test it out in a swimming pool. So wrap yourself with bubble wrap and then duct tape it together and then just jump in a swimming pool. If you're buoyant, you got tsunami protection. We're not really worried about 2020, Bob. We are still lingering in a world of censorship. I'm waiting for the critical mass of viewers who want to come into the show, get into the show via viewing or telling people about viewing or actually chatting. And since that number is still growing, we're not really worried. It's going to reach a crescendo by 2020, I would say January, February. And then we'll see if I can get a mainstream media, any mainstream media attention, like maybe 1 or 2 interviews. That's all it's going to take to build this third party. They've kept me from the mainstream media for 11 years. It's just going to take about 1 or 2 interviews for this to roll out into the American people's front room, and they'll know about me within a few short days. The problem with the Jewish people is not that they're greedy, they're not. It's that they're being portrayed as greedy. Yeah. And even they have that problem, because it's not Jewish people that are greedy, it's Ashkenazis who have invaded all the Jewish communities and synagogues throughout the United States that are super greedy. When you talk about people who are in the banking industry or in the medical industry or in the lawyer industry, in law, you're usually talking about Ashkenazis, not Jewish people. They believe they're Jewish even though they're not actually descendants of Abraham. So the true Jews, who are descendants of Abraham, feel really put off by the fact that many people want to be Jews, like even the Rothschilds, the richest family in the world. They're not Jewish, they're Ashkenazis. Big difference. It's just that they're giving good Jewish people a bad name. And I've known a lot of Jewish people in my lifetime, and I've met a lot of Ashkenazis, and the ones who are really greedy are the Ashkenazi people who claim to be Jewish, and they're calling themselves Reform Jews. They're not even Orthodox Jews in most cases. So it's a problem. You know, it's bad. It's bad. In fact, ever since Zionism even was formed, there's been a rift between Muslims and Jews. Prior to that, there was no rift. The Torah is very specific to not judge others. And those who do read the Torah know that this is true. And people who are truly Muslim know that true Jewish people are not out to hurt them or take their land. Only the Zionists did that. And now we've got non-Jewish Zionists like Joe Biden, Donald Trump, who's an Ashkenazi. It's unbelievable. The Iran problem, there's 2 things we need to do on Iran. 1, release Meng. And 2, drop tariffs. Drop sanctions. In most cases. There's a need to put sanctions on counterfeit currency and the ink they use to create counterfeit currency. That's the only sanction I would have recommended. So releasing Meng on Iran and dropping sanctions in most cases except for counterfeit currency materials. I think we'd be on the right track with getting them on board to communicating with us as well. But the treaty is over. The treaty is over. I would never have signed it. I told Donald Trump not to sign it. I'm glad he didn't, but he followed up incorrectly. He didn't follow my advice, and it created a huge backlash from China. And now we're going to be seeing a backlash from Japan. About 18 countries doing trade with Iran are going to have a problem with our nation because of Donald Trump's stupidity. Sheer stupidity led us to this problem with Iran and China and other countries. Sheer stupidity. I can attribute it to Trump's extremely one-sided mindset to just do it all or nothing. Whereas international diplomacy is based on finesse. And there's no way you can totally turn away a country like Iran and not expect some long-term aftermath effect. No, not at all. I would never sign a treaty like that. I would never sign a treaty like that. And second of all, I just don't think that we're even understanding the dynamic here. They already have a nuclear weapon. Obama gave them a nuclear weapon. The cat's out of the bag. Hello, wake up. No, my position is a lot stronger and realistic than Trump's. In fact, I won't even tell you the military solution that I would lay out, because I would be releasing information in advance of what I will do. And it would be incorrect for me to actually telegraph what I'm planning on doing with Iran if it comes down to a military option. But I assure you, it's not nuclear. Unless, of course, they were to use a nuclear weapon. So, there are a couple of options that have been discussed. The one that's currently flying out there is to land invade in the Strait of Omar. Big mistake. I don't believe that would be in any way a movement toward peace. Anyway, Trump has blown it big time. We can recover with proper handling and intelligent thought and a directive that is not rudderless, a foreign policy that has a purpose and a destiny. And world peace will be that destiny. As far as the Middle East is concerned, we need to develop solutions toward solving problems with other countries that would be providing more water. Water is the secret to a better, more livable world. I mean, you look at this ocean pipeline idea, which we came up with in 2005, actually, would actually be implementable virtually in a small scale or in a large scale anywhere in the world. Now, we can help build these or just give the idea to another country without even taking a dime for licensing. Because in the end, if we have more water through passive desalination, we'll be able to actually provide more food to people of all places, even the Gaza Strip, and ultimately create prosperity for people so we won't have as many wars in the future. It comes down to more water. It really does. And we're running out of water, unfortunately. The current administrations and the two-party system in America is ignoring the reality that we're running out of water. We need to open up more avenues for fresh water. Anyway, back to Conspiracy Monday. Anything's possible. The grid could be turned off in a flash. And it wouldn't take more than an EMP, electromagnetic pulse, to take it out. But that grid could go off, and then we're screwed. And the end of our normal life would begin at that point. It's possible in our time that there will be a complete and utter breakdown in our ability to function on Earth. At the current trajectory mankind is on, it looks like the rich are trying to segregate from the poor and make it even harder for poor people to survive, thereby eliminating and depopulating the poor people from the planet, and all the while going into safety areas like in the middle of Denver, underground cities that are buried underneath, like the airport. That's just a conspiracy theory that they've already done this and they're already underground. The polluted oceans are a matter of, thanks Bob, good questions. The polluted oceans are a matter of beginning the process of curtailing the use of plastics, for one, not just cleaning them up out of the ocean, which we should do as well. And something at a national level needs to be done, not just Boyan Slats and his plan, which kind of failed, but a national plan to get rid of plastics in the ocean, using large vehicles like the Glomar Explorer and other vehicles in tandem with netting, that we could start to pool it together and digest it and turn it back into oil, functional oil. A lot of that plastic waste in the ocean can be turned into oil. Now, the oil is not the enemy. It's not the big bad guy here. The effluent from the oil, the particulates emanating from the combustion chambers, in our atmosphere is the atrocity. The fact that we don't have more efficient vehicles, that's a part of it. So we have to become more efficient, but not outlaw automobiles like the Democrats want to do. I don't have a religion. I'm a believer in God, and I don't have a religion. I was baptized Catholic, and I basically became a non-religious person at the age of 11 after I took my first communion. I felt that that was enough religiosity in my life. I'd already secured my faith and had no questions about it. How do we have less water than before when Antarctica is melting? Water can be converted back into salt water rather quickly, especially if it's in the atmosphere. It can be dehumidified and go right back into the ocean and become salt water. Our world is covered with 73% water and the rest landmass. 1% to 2% is fresh water. So the real reason why we have no fresh water is because we're not retaining it. Cities like LA and Phoenix, Tucson and Santa Fe, even down in El Paso, they get rushes of rain once or twice a year, and we don't reclaim that water. We don't have large storage areas for that fresh water. So we're losing that. And our biggest aquifers, the Great Lakes, are actually being mined by China right now. They've negotiated deals with Canada to actually go there and pull water out and send it to China directly. That's going to become more and more a part of the future as we continue to not do anything to deal with fresh water. So there is a conspiracy to depopulate the population, and it's going on right now as we speak. Every day they're spraying us with chemicals. It's just a fact of life that we are all experiencing a massive amount of chemicals in the air. And if you're wondering why we're seeing droughts in areas like California, it's by design. The people running the world are purposely poisoning the atmosphere to make it this way. So if we were to shut this off, this tap of massive pollution, at least in America, it would limit the amount of global climate change instantaneously. We begin to see improvements in the climate almost immediately. But what they're doing is systematically poisoning the atmosphere we're all breathing. And then they've got other plans to use radio frequencies on us as well. And there's towers out there that I can't even identify. I don't even know what the heck they are. There's a tower we found out in every city in America that's about 3 miles long, 300 feet apart. These towers are completely covering the sky above us. Oh, hi, Amber. Yeah. How are you? Oh, you're going... This cat's hilarious. She has like a private hiding space behind the green screen. You have to vet every bit of information, Howie. I spend hours reading on the internet to validate every single article we talk about. If you go to chemtrailparty.com, I created a website for you to vet this information about chemicals in the atmosphere. Chemtrailparty.com, I created the site just for you to check into the link page and look at all the reasons we're concerned. They have the ability to put this stuff on the backs of planes and shoot it out nozzles. Smart Dust is a system of many tiny microelectronic mechanical systems, and they're distributed through these canisters on board these planes. And sometimes they don't even have a pilot on board. They're run automatically with auto navigation. Land systems can control up to 7 planes simultaneously and fly throughout the air, polluting and poisoning the atmosphere as we speak. No, Amber never destroyed anything in my home. Well, go by all means retire as soon as you can, Bob, and start digging a hole to live in. Area 51 and Area 52 have very solid pieces of high-tech flying equipment. Don't go there. I don't urge you to go there. The government's telling people not to gather at these locations. Well, if you're a retired spectrum management expert, maybe you could identify what this is, Bob. Yeah. Apparently there's a lot of these things all around the country. And in every city, a 3-mile swash of land is covered every 300 feet by these things. And no one has been able to tell me what they are. There's 6 globes in every one of these configurations with a center globe and an antenna coming out of it. No, it's not 5G. We've checked 5G. There's not a single picture on the internet of what these things are. You can look yourself. It's probably surveillance. It looks like surveillance, but why? Explain that. Why in a high trafficked area would they be surveying in all directions inland as well? Okay, well, I'm glad you retired, Dulles. Suppose the photo was staged. Oh, the Ghislaine Maxwell photo was staged? It's possible. Yeah. She has not been seen in a long time. Daily Mail is saying that the Ghislaine Maxwell page in the In-N-Out Burger in LA, staged with her close friend and attorney, used confidant's dog Dexter in the snapshot. Okay. The first picture of Ghislaine Maxwell in more than 3 years was staged by her close friend and attorney, according to her attorney's Leah Safian. Maxwell, 57, was photographed at an In-N-Out Burger joint in LA. The photo was published on Thursday. In the photo, Maxwell was seen staring at the camera with a tray of food and 2 drinks. A dog, understood to be Safian's dog, named Dexter, is at her feet. Safian, age 60, is the president of Meadowgate Media Investments, according to public records. According to the photographic metadata reviewed by Daily.com, the photograph is tagged with Meadowgate on it. So apparently Safian and fellow barrister Alun Jones represented Maxwell's brother Kevin for the firm Peters & Peters in British courts. The photo emerged a day after Daily Mail revealed she had been living under the radar at a Massachusetts mansion with her boyfriend Scott Borgeson. So she appeared all of a sudden in LA holding a book. Okay. And apparently this book has some telling importance in this. This book is about CIA agents that are terminated for speaking the truth. And for some reason, I don't have the name of the book here in front of me, but it's a very weird statement she's making by holding or reading a book that punishes CIA agents that breach the secrecy that is so common in the CIA agency. And as you know, some people are accusing the CIA of handling pedophiles and giving them what they want, children. These are allegations that are out there. So, I mean, if she is integrated into this system of pedophilia, she's telling the CIA with this statement, don't touch me, back off. That's what she's saying. And it does look like Jeffrey Epstein's death was faked, so that's more than enough conspiracy theory for you right there. Epstein, according to our former Labor Secretary Acosta, he was told to stand down and give him only 13 months because Epstein was connected to intelligence. That means that Epstein is working for our government's highest level of intelligence, meaning he's grooming politicians to be pedophiles and luring them into his lair, or was, at Orgy Island, and using that evidence against those people. That's why he would be so important to intelligence as a way of blackmailing and gaining control over Congress. So it's fairly obvious right now that we're looking now, historically speaking, at the backbone of the cabal that's been operating in our country for decades. We're finally getting a glimpse at the secret, arcane, mysterious world of child trafficking in our biggest and most important cities like DC and Hollywood. And Happy Hour says that one person has this video saying it's possibly fake, that the picture is fake itself.
The photos seen around the world. Jeffrey Epstein's missing ex-girlfriend, supposedly at a popular burger joint in LA. It was said to have been taken on August 11th as the world was looking for her. But disturbing questions are now being raised about the images of Ghislaine Maxwell and whether they are fake. Look at the ad behind her for the raunchy new comedy Good Boys, which is the #1 movie at the box office. But something strange is afoot. because there has never been an ad for Good Boys at that bus stop.
Okay. All right, we'll take a look at that later too. I put it in the lineup. Thanks for that, man. Yeah. Very interesting. Yeah. Anyway, she's obviously, as a handler for Jeffrey Epstein, the number one person you'd think law enforcement would be after. You're not going to get anything from law enforcement on this issue, folks. They're not going to talk about her. They're not going to talk about pursuing the case. It's as good as dead now, along with what they think is Epstein, when in fact he lives, and he's probably molesting children right now as we speak. I brought in an article last night on Epstein. Let's see if I can pull it up. Apparently, Epstein had a visitor in jail recently, and here it is. Forbes has it. Check this out. This is a shocker. 2 days before he allegedly died, Jeffrey Epstein spent time alone with a young woman in the prison's attorney room. Yeah. So apparently he got private time with a young woman. They said didn't look like she'd be an attorney. This guy's out. He even got a chance to do a reach around and molest a young woman in a jail cell or in an off room where he meets attorneys. And he purposely paid his attorneys to be there just so he could avoid the cell room. So he'd sit there with his attorneys for 7 or 8 hours and then managed to convince them to bring a young intern in and left her in the room for 2 hours with Jeffrey Epstein alone and no video cameras playing. It's obvious that the entire penitentiary in Metropolitan Penitentiary system is corrupt. And the coroner, I believe, has faked and falsified evidence. I contend that this person is committing a felony. That the coroner is openly willing to falsify evidence for the NYPD, which also have an ongoing story about the Anthony Weiner emails, which seem to be ending up in suicides throughout the department. 9 suicides that we know of in the past year in NYPD, and all of these things are some of them look like the guy could have been really overtasked with a job, and killed himself, granted, but many of them, especially the top homicide detectives killing themselves who were researching the Anthony Weiner emails, are now dead. That looks very suspicious to me. Yeah, there's a moaning coming from the cell. I don't know if that's true, Preparation H. You're making that up. You're hilarious, man. You just never stop with the anal humor. Preparation H. You ought to go on the Howard Stern show. He loves that stuff. Yeah, you could talk about anal humor all day long with Howard Stern. So they're calling her Ghislaine. I'm going to call her Ghislaine. Laying low at the mansion there. So maybe it is fake, and maybe that picture with the CIA picture was fake too. I don't know. It does seem to be connected to her brother's attorney though, so it looks like a legit picture that maybe she put out because she's 400 pounds sitting in a hotel in Massachusetts eating bonbons. I'm cluing in. Yes, she's gained 400 pounds. Uh-oh. I'm a Pisces says, 5 years ago, I could not imagine the kind of sex trafficking we're currently seeing. You haven't seen anything yet. There's all kinds of reveals coming. That's if the probe continues. But it could just they're trying to end the probe as much as possible. But it won't. They can't stop Pizzagate either. That keeps popping up. New York Post has this story. Check this out. Jeffrey Epstein was sent 3 12-year-old French girls as a birthday gift. Are you serious? He once had 3 12-year-olds from poor families flown in from France as a sick birthday present for himself, according to newly unearthed court documents. Virginia Giuffre, who has formerly Roberts, who's claimed Epstein and his gal pal, Ghislaine Maxwell, coerced her into being sex slave. When she was 15, said in court papers that the girls were flown in, were molested by the financier, and returned to France the following day. The worst one that I heard from his own mouth was that this pretty 12-year-old girl he had flown in for his birthday, she said according to the document, It was a surprise birthday gift from one of his friends, and they were from France. I did see them. I did meet them, she says. So Virginia Roberts has come forward with all of this damning evidence, but it's a civil trial, and they'll probably try to squash it and countersue her so she can't possibly fight. What tactic they normally do is they countersue the claimant or plaintiff, and then they shut the whole case down by just suing the living daylights out of somebody. They can't possibly, defend themselves. Like, for instance, they may sue her for defamation. I know, this is how they've handled it in the past. This is typically what bad attorneys will do. Right, Bob thinks that pedophiles flunked out of banging girls or guys in high school, so they're doing it now. Well, it's worse than that. It's grade school. That's what makes these pedophiles the worst predators out there, is they actually are living their life through their grade school fantasies. She hasn't been charged with any crimes, but has been accused in civil suits of having recruited underage victims of Epstein. Maxwell is very deep in this intel force. It's connected to the Mossad and to our own CIA. We know for a fact that Jeffrey Epstein was working for the Mossad through his affiliations. The question really is, is his brother Mark really just handling $557 million given to him as the beneficiary because Epstein ordered a will drafted 2 days before he allegedly was killed or died? It looks more and more like he faked his death and got away, and that he's going to hook up with his brother Mark with the remainder of his assets that are not reported as currently in his asset portfolio. At the very least, I looked up Epstein last year, and it said he had $7 billion in net worth. Now you research him on the wiki, and he has $1 billion in net worth. And when you look at the will, it designates only $557 million. So he's literally snaking away $6 billion in net worth to himself. I'm not sure what his last name is other than Epstein. Yeah, the old allegations surfaced on Andrew, but again, they responded quickly. London is refusing to investigate this. And the standing statements are going to stand because there's not a lot of compelling evidence that Prince Andrew was involved. Other than he took a picture at Epstein's place right after Epstein served 13 months in jail for having committed sex crimes with girls, mostly trafficking. So the official position by the Queen and Andrew has been to completely deny it, and they made this statement, 3 years ago. So it's already well out there, but there are people that believe that there's something else that's out there floating, and that's the Black Book of the Butler, which is still not actually in anyone's hands. The Black Book implicates everybody, and so far it has not reached the light of other than a copying machine, and we've seen the Black Book on file, which was turned over by the butler, but the original Black Book is missing. They don't know where it is. And that's an interesting little side note. And so if they don't have any solid evidence against the prince, it's highly unlikely England will even have to face this issue at all. There's all these other issues of pedophilia in England and in Europe that have not been dealt with, like the Hampstead interviews with the children who claimed that they were a witness to people actually eating children. All these things are out there as allegations, but again, without any serious effort by some highest levels of authorities out there, unlikely that'll turn into anything. We've got a bigger problem with our own country, let alone Prince Andrew and his country.
This is a first for British royalty. Today, Prince Andrew publicly denied he ever had sex with an underage American girl. I'm Carly Mallenbaum for USA Today. Prince Andrew is in Davos, Switzerland every year at this time for a British trade reception. This year, however, he spoke about himself and referenced the sex scandal he's been named in.
I just wish to reiterate and to reaffirm the statements which have already been made on my behalf by Buckingham Palace. My focus is on my work.
Prince Andrew is responding to claims made by Virginia Roberts, a woman who says she had sex with Andrew 3 times when she was a minor in 2001. Allegations about Andrew surfaced 2 weeks ago in a long-running Florida lawsuit. On Wednesday, Roberts shared more information, including salacious details about Andrew, the fifth in line to the throne.
All right, and just today we have this news link. Prince Andrew attended a church wedding with the Queen a day after accused pedophile Jeffrey Epstein kills himself. And check out his face. This photograph was taken literally the day after Jeffrey Epstein allegedly killed himself. I see a very happy guy there, don't you? All smiles, you know. Cheerio. Nothing more to worry about. It's all nicely swept away. Oh, yes. Nothing like a good, cheery smile. Wonderful. Yes. It's a new day. Fergie and I are back together. It's a wonderful day in the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day for neighbors. Won't you be my neighbor? Hey, neighbor. I just imagine what he's saying to his mother. Oh, mother. We told you this would go away. No need to worry. Oh, sorry. The Queen is not my mother. I'm not fantasizing, okay? Sarah Ferguson wants to be Prince Andrew's support despite Philip's cold shoulder. More in the news about the Queen. Sarah Ferguson wants to be Prince Andrew's support despite Philip's cold shoulder. Really? Well, I certainly appreciate her efforts, and the Queen does too. Unlike Diana, who treated everyone as though they were outcasts and then married that God-forsaken Greek. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought that was Jackie Kennedy. Excuse me. Dated that Arab. Yes. Mixing up the ingenues. So the former British royal is often with them in public. Her daughters. Very striking look there. Yes. And now she's found another way to hold him close. Support for Andrew. Beatrice and Eugenie are on her handbag. Oh, really? Oh, that's a wonderful thing. What a great idea. The Duchess of York was in Australia to see her sister. Absolutely supportive of the family. I always thought that they gave her a bum rap. It was the drinking, really. I mean, Andrew could not handle the drinking. But now she's cleaned up and went to Betty Ford, and everything is much better. David, how come someone make billions of dollars and not leave some kind of trail in the marketplace? Child trafficking. Yeah, that's how he did it. Yes. Thank you. Ivan has something. Thank you, Ivan. Russian police crack down on opposition protests, folks. It's happening right now in Russia. Thanks, Ivan.
Police in Moscow have cracked down on an opposition pro-democracy protest. Riot police and body armor chasing down protesters on city streets, and one monitoring group saying nearly 700 people have been arrested. Russian officials say the protest was unauthorized.
And they say that about everything. That's why Navalny is in jail, because of an unauthorized protest rally. Alexei Navalny is suffering from facial acne to the point where they think he may have been poisoned. We're going to wait and see on that one. He's been put in the general population. You know how Vladimir Putin likes to get rid of his enemies. Yeah. So don't think for a second working with Russia is a good thing. I had a person come in saying, well, maybe we should work with Russia, and Donald's doing a good thing. No, Donald's been compromised. We found out from the Mueller testimony that Donald was blackmailed over the sex tape, which is real, by the way. And Mueller did nothing about it. He said it wasn't under his purview. I mean, can you believe that? Our president blackmailed by Russia, and it's not even mainstream media news? Anyway, I'm not here to attack the royals right now. I'm here to focus on the corruption at NYPD and our own Border Patrol. We're not sure if we really are experiencing what appears to be a Holocaust at the border right now. I should write that, Holocaust at the border. Yeah, it's happening. I'm not dramatizing. We heard eyewitness testimony that people are being put in rooms without clothes on and with no blankets, and only wet ones for people to wipe themselves with. You got the post-FBI raid of the Epstein complex? Yeah, we played that a couple days ago. NYPD was over there. They were looking at everything. And last night they found something very disturbing. A little bit of information. Let me see if I can pull it up. Here we go. Okay, that's a nice picture of the water. Yeah, that's an overhead of the complex. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to show you something that just came in the news last night. Or excuse me, Saturday night. Check this out. Exclusive. Jeffrey Epstein shipped $100,000 cement truck to Pedophile Island 3 weeks before damning expose was released. Paying for machine up front so it would arrive quicker, as experts say he could have literally covered up evidence. That's right, he shipped a $50,000 cement truck to his private Caribbean island, Little St. James, on November 7th last year. Epstein sent the machine with an express bill of lading, an unusual and expensive way of shipping an item so that it arrives quickly. That's right, three weeks later, the Miami Herald published its expose on Epstein on November 28th. And other items sent to Epstein was a tile and carpet extractor that weighed 191 pounds. It was sent to his New York home from the U.S. Virgin Islands. Also, an industrial shredder sent to his island in 2008 shortly after reaching a controversial non-prosecution agreement in Florida. Okay, so he's had a shredder, a carpet and tile remover, and a cement truck brought to the island, and they haven't even brought cadaver dogs to the island. To this day, the NYPD has not brought any cadaver dogs because none of the drone footage show them. So it's very possible that bodies are buried here. If these videos weren't staged, the drone operator would be in trouble. Well, how do you get a drone operator in trouble, Misanthropy, exactly? You seize the live drone, which already has video recorded on a backup server. I mean, and then you trace the signal. I mean, do you even hear what you're saying? Okay, I'll take alkaline versus alkalized water. I think I have that in my lineup. Let me see. Yeah, I already have that in our lineup. Unfortunately, it's in our lineup already. Yeah, unfortunately. We're trying to stick to conspiracy theories, not alkaline versus alkalized, but thank you. Anyone can upload from a VPN to a server at YouTube. I don't know what you're saying. Yes, you did. Thank you. Pisces bought Real Man Pawns, a used 2011 Ford Ranger. Well, I'm glad that somebody got a good deal. I'm glad you guys are having a private life together. But always be careful. Be careful. Bring in another camera here. Okay, whoa, Dave in his studio. The studio cam. Kind of great. Yeah, it's a wide angle lens, so it makes me look bigger than I normally am. Okay. I know. No, I don't talk about things like that. So you're saying he's been flying his drone around Epstein's Island for weeks, nobody's bothered to take it down? Not suspicious at all? I have photographs of them covering up the window with Home Depot boxes, the NYPD and the FBI. They're not running that drone. If they were running the drone, why would they cover up the window? Up close and personal. Yeah, professional. Well, I kind of wanted to, blast into the green screen, but it's not doing it. My dreams of becoming a dance star in the show are not being fulfilled because it's just too wide angle. It doesn't look right. David, do you think MREs is all you would need in case of an asteroid attack? Absolutely not. You need duct tape and MREs and Mylar blankets. MREs, Mylar blankets, and duct tape, and some sort of a water filter. That should get you by. Okay. Well, I'm not using that camera, okay? Thank you. But isn't that interesting? He ordered a dump truck. Literally a dump truck, a carpet and a tile extractor. Now they're able to get tile and carpet that's got blood stains out, and dump trucks can cover up things with concrete. So if there's blood underneath the concrete, we need to find it. So I would immediately order a crew of top investigators and cement experts to break up the cement that was newly poured and identify the newly poured cement, and then get cadaver dogs in there right away. No shrinky. So sorry. Well, I know none of you care that Epstein's still alive and got away with a completely free and new life. And somehow his net worth went from $7 billion down to $1 billion in 2 years. And that's not Epstein. There's no way that's Epstein. Sorry. No. Can't be him. Yeah, clearly the noses are off completely. It's not the same nose, folks. And I'm not even going to get into the ear. It's a totally different nose. The eyes are definitely different, more puffy on the right. Of course, that could be post-mortem, but different nose. Not the same guy. It's not Epstein, I know. He's still alive. He got away with it, folks. He got away with it. You know, I'll bet the reason why Andrew is so happy is he wants to hook up again for another back rub. You know? I'm sure there's another 15-year-old down the road at Epstein's new place in Switzerland. I know. You keep saying that about your joke about Maury Scheckelstein. It's a funny joke. You keep using it over and over again. You think it's funny. I'm happy for you. Hey, we've got a way to optimize your survival in the event of a major catastrophe. Misanthropy sent us a link to build your own Faraday blanket to cover electromagnetic pulses from attacking you and your electronics. Here is a link to a build your own survival blanket for anyone who's listening. Have fun checking that out. Whether we get hit by an EMP or not, this is an interesting way of protecting your own personal belongings, especially your electronics. I mean, who really wants their porn collection to disappear at an electromagnetic pulse? You know, that would be a real bummer for you. You know? Honey, my hard drive's been completely wiped out. Well, honey, remember we talked about you downloading that stuff. What am I going to do? A lot of women are allowing their husbands to look at pornography now. It's a common thing now. Ever since pastors throughout the country admitted they had an addiction to pornography, everyone is kind of dealing with the reality that, their husbands are downloading porn. And there's a conspiracy behind that. Yeah, I can turn almost any discussion into a conspiracy discussion, but there's a conspiracy that the Ashkenazis, the one I was talking about earlier, the really greedy ones, they're putting out free porn for all of you to download simply because they want you masturbating instead of actually thinking. Yeah, it helps them. I mean, look at the Goyim. Look at how they like to masturbate. These people, I'm telling you, they screw like rabbits. Okay, what do you got? Exactly. A mouth with no teeth. This is exactly what's going on with a lot of people in the world. They've lost it. They've become addicted to their crack addiction. Is that a picture of yourself, Drag King? Really? Okay.
Centuries of assumption that Mars was inhabited, that it had cities, it had canals, and the reality was that it was just this terrible, awful, dead-looking place.
Ladies and gentlemen, we regret to inform you
there's no life on Mars. I don't know if I should watch that or just not watch it. I don't know. It's a live video showing going on right now. It looks to me like part of the alien agenda to make us all think that there's alien life out there. Or maybe that we even went to Mars. There's a conspiracy theory that we've never even sent a rover over there. I featured it last weekend. I showed you photographs from Greenland, or I guess they're calling that Trump land now. Photographs from Greenland showing the Mars rover doing the same things, the same backgrounds they claim is Mars. From Greenland. Yeah. Elon Musk, all he wants is another crack pipe to smoke. I mean, come on, seriously, this guy is gone. Last week he says we should all chip our brains, and then he says we should fear AI. What is he saying, really? He's saying one thing and meaning another. He's actually famous for now saying it's so fake it's real, when referring to putting a car in space and videotaping it. And everyone saw the green screen effect that was going on behind it. And he said it's so fake it's real. We can't believe a thing he's doing. Not a thing. I mean, I believe he's making Teslas. I know that. Beyond that, I'm not sure what he's doing. And here's a featured story about why Elon Musk wants to plant an electrical wire in your brain.
Elon Musk, the celebrity entrepreneur behind Tesla and SpaceX, finally unveiled what his company Neuralink has been up to for the past 2 years. Neuralink is developing a brain-machine interface, or BMI, with the goal of one day helping the paralyzed use robotic limbs or other devices. Musk even envisions a future where able-bodied people also have BMIs that will let them communicate with artificial intelligence more efficiently.
Introducing the Ass Chip 2000, where your BMI will help you create your best BM possible. That's right. And with the Ass Cheek 2000 or the Ass Chip 2000, you'll be able to actually have a normal bowel movement and not worry that those genetically modified foods you're eating causing irregularity. The top issue of the day really is Epstein he cut a deal where somehow his net worth is now $557 million, and he's given it all to Mark, his brother, who came out of the woodwork, who many people believe may very well be working for Epstein because of collateral interests that they share. Yeah, Mark, his brother, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, Mark, told Crain's Tuesday that there's no business tie between his real estate operation and the wealthy pedophile's investment management firm, despite documentation filed with the state linking the two companies. There's his brother behind him, in case you're wondering. They don't even share the same facial features, but whatever. Crain's reported last week that a Harlem charter school submitted materials to the State University of New York associated with Mark Epstein's OSA Properties with Jeffrey Epstein's asset manager for billionaire Leslie Wexner. Basically, Jeffrey Epstein was an asset manager for Leslie Wexner. The filings identified one board member, Jonathan Barrett. So there is some cross-contamination of their records and business handling. So giving his last will and testimony all of that money to his brother is pretty convenient. It could be he's going to get it back from him when he gets back from Switzerland with his new face. Because clearly he's still alive. KY Poopy thinks he's in the know here. Let's see what he has to say. He said, Elon is in with Elani Gons and Chester Benningfold. Yes, he gave it to Mark in an effort to censor you, Dave. Okay. KY Poopy, I don't think we need you in here. Yeah. We're going to take him out for a good hour. He didn't take me up on my offer to broadcast. Yeah, he's making statements he can't verify. I'm just putting a few things in my lineup tonight. Russian crackdown of a protest going on. Right, post-FBI raid. I'll look at that. It's funny, they never bothered to look for any blood evidence. There was no evidence from the drone footage that the FBI were looking for any details of blood or murder or anything like that. Very strange. I will add the Elon Musk video tonight too as well. Okay, good. Okay. Dow Jones was up 249 points. We featured Nikita Khrushchev's chilling prediction. The Russian who met John F. Kennedy in the 1960s, we will take America without firing a shot. I think you're all watching what's happening right now, how America is being taken by Russia, how the Democrats won't stand up to anything that just happened with all the Russian collaboration that went on between Trump and Russia. We know now that he knew they were rigging the election in favor of him, and he never even reported it to the FBI. And I recommend that you stay positive about anything Devin Nunes fights. Devin Nunes is finding any information on Strzok that will be relevant. It turns out the Democrats as well as the Republicans have been working for Russia. We know that Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell have both received money from Russia to get reelected. That's a serious thing. What if you fell into a black hole? Wow. I want to find out. Okay. What if we fell?
How much do you know about black holes?
I know enough. In fact, I know too much. But we'll play later more about black holes. I believe libertarians are on the right track, getting rid of the big government and the big expenditure of government, waiting for chicken. I believe that, but I think that they should come up with a solution as opposed to what we have now, which involves government, without giving big jobs, big money to big important corporatists, giving more people lesser paying jobs, but getting people employed, but not taxing you to the oblivion. So I agree with the basic tenets of libertarianism, to get government out of our face. Well, thank you for supporting me. A 96-year-old named Preparation H supports me. Oh, it was four-man. Oh, it was that Foxman Shaw, that guy? Oh, yeah, I didn't know who that was. Yeah, I never watched his show. Didn't he die? Your wife treats you like a nanny even though you work full-time? No love? I'm so sorry. ATV Giraffe is having some problems with his marriage. Well, you know what I do for everybody who's in a situation like that? Do a pro-con board of your own on paper. Pros of living with your wife, even though she doesn't value you, versus the cons of being on your own. Seriously. Run a pro-con list, and if she does something right, give her a pro. Analyze it from that level. Seriously. I don't want to see you end in divorce and end up losing out and being all alone in your life, you know? You know, you won't even get close to me, man. I'm fully armed. And what's really sad about people like you is you usually get your heads, blown off. That's what happens to people like you. So I had a guy who just threatened my life in our chat room just now, so I have to make a copy of it. It happens, yeah. We have a section called 2019 threats, and that would be 8/19/19. Vaughn. All right. So we record all these things, and I'll be passing this on to the NSA at the right time. We have a timestamp on what you did. Yeah. Well, they are rounding up people who are making, but the FBI isn't doing nearly their job. They're forgetting to prosecute countless pedophiles in the U.S. They're just doing a Band-Aid operation. It looks like they're letting Jeffrey Epstein go. It's unfortunate, too. 8:38 p.m. Your sweet wife of 50 years passed away 5 years ago. Your sweet Meredith, who always dressed up in a maid's outfit. She didn't like it, but she did it for you because I loved it, you say. She was amazing, and we never stopped making love. Well, that's wonderful, Preparation H. I'm so glad for you. Were you involved with her in a way that would be kind of kinky? Would you describe it as kinky, the maid outfit that you had her dressed up in? David, I'm about to finish residency, making over $250,000. I think my wife is holding on till I get a contract after residency. My attorney says it's now before you make the big bucks. Huh? Okay. Wow. So it's coming down to the fact that you may be, fleeced for everything you've got. Well, she can still sue you if you're married to her during your medical school period because she helped you through medical school. So even if you got a divorce now, you're still going to pay through the nose in settlement. She could claim she gave you support through medical school. I think the only solution at this point is to find an amicable solution. You now know the whole musculature of the human neck. Well, that's special. Because of the coroner who found neck crushes, bones in Epstein's neck were crushed. Yet he somehow killed himself, which is unheard of. Nobody's ever seen a person try to kill themselves and crush their own neck muscles unless they were hanging from a hook, and he wasn't. He was hanging sideways from a doorknob. I mean, hello? If this wasn't a cover-up, I don't know what the word cover-up would apply to. If this would be the word cover-up. Not just cover-up, but big-time cover-up. That's right. Oh, you paid for all your medical school? Then you need to exit from a relationship. Unless, of course, there's a prenup involved, then you're going to have a hard time leaving. Yeah. Yeah, and plus you'll be working too hard to have a relationship with a wife when you become a full-time doctor making $250,000 a year. You'll be spending too much time flirting with a bunch of greedy nurses and assistants and administrative aides. I'm sure there will be a lot of women coming in your life wanting some of that cash. Something went on, you think? Epstein had recruiters that need to be brought in right now. If the FBI was doing their job, they'd be bringing these recruiters in. who happened to be seen at a public party with David Brockman. His high society contacts included David Brockman. Many in Brockman's edgy community were, with people in various areas and attendance. It's not unheard of for people to be in that loop. Apparently there's a complete and utter connection here. I'm sorry, did I say David Brockman? I meant John Brockman. There's a lot of people like John Brockman who've been involved with Jeffrey Epstein. But again, there's no way I could claim that these people were in any way involved in any sex with minors. This is simply a guilt by association list right here from the NewYorkMagazine.com. Jeffrey's high society contacts, like John Brockman, JD for short. Here he is with the two ladies that I called wranglers that were used allegedly to bring young girls in. But this site is ready to go. If you guys want to do an A to Z search for everybody in the loop of Jeffrey Epstein, I will give you the link right now. Here it is. It's A to Z, man. You'll see how deep this rabbit hole goes. But are these people involved in sex trafficking, or did they just know a guy with a lot of money who had an island property? I mean, it's easy to say things are happening when they're not, or to say they're not happening when they are.
Roberts says she was working as a sex slave for convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein when she said she had sex with Prince Andrew and other powerful people, as she calls them. Of course, the palace has already denied the claims against Prince Andrew 3 times, and Andrew's ex-wife, the Duchess of York, has addressed the statements on air.
These shockingly false allegations. No, enough. I'm not going to stand back and let a man that I've really admire as one of the greatest men I know, he's such a gentleman, and he does so much for his country. I am not going to sit back and put my hand in the cookie jar and say, oh yeah, poor Prince Harry. It's not. He's a great man.
According to our Royals reporter, Maria Puente, the fact that Prince Andrew himself addressed this sex scandal in public is pretty unusual. The last time a senior royal spoke publicly about something in their personal life was when Princess Diana talked to the BBC in 1995 about her failed marriage to Prince Charles.
Really? So yeah, these two women need to be interviewed by the FBI, and if they don't get them interviewed in the next couple days, then this is complete suppression of evidence. Whatever the FBI is doing, they're not doing their job if they're not investigating this full time. The American people have a need to know why we're not seeing answers and why we're seeing fake pictures of Epstein dead. I mean, if they're going to fake a guy's death, at least get somebody who looks like him, right? They didn't even do that right. El Paso shooting hoax, a vaccination agenda plug. Okay, thanks, Scissor Fight. Welcome.
Bye. Maribel hasn't been able to see her daughter in person since the shootings. Because of the measles outbreak, children aren't allowed in the hospital.
Bye.
Okay. Not only did they bring in a person who claimed that she lost her soccer mom wounded, 2 coaches wounded as gunmen opened fire outside El Paso, but also plugging the measles at the same time. What do they think of next, man? Using the gun control agenda to plug measles vaccines at the same time. Double false flag uses in real time. Preparation age, I'm so sorry about your loss, but it's getting to be a little bit bizarre at how you keep elaborating on the death of your beloved Meredith. Pretty soon you're going to be making up story after story about her, and it's going to continue on. Could you just kind of lighten up, and out of respect for your late wife, Meredith, who had to dress up in a maid outfit to service you. Yeah, I just think it's really wrong that you're making light of the loss of your wife who died. The one girl on the left should be cheerleading in high school, not living with a billionaire sex pervert. Good point, ATV. The problem is, they're actually nearly 30 years old, those girls. They look young. I'm seeing it. I'm watching your meme. I'm trying to digest it. Hang on. It's coming up vomitous. Hold on, please. One moment, please. Okay, if you don't think this happened, now here we go. This is the best description we have of the death of Jeffrey Epstein. If you don't think this happened, and it's got a roll of toilet paper, or I think they said now they replaced his toilet paper or his fabric or his paper bed sheets with fabric just the day before he ended up killing himself. But he supposedly hung himself off the edge of the bed. So if you don't believe this, you're a conspiracy theorist and a domestic terrorist threat. So you're supposed to believe he fell off of that bunk bed and somehow broke his neck and okay. And his face doesn't even match the picture. Need I compare? It's unbelievable. Different nose entirely. And the fact that he got a 2-hour visit from a young person 2 days before he died, his lawyers brought a young girl in for him to molest. Oh yeah, this guy had this whole thing worked out. Mrs. Sloopy, you just fell off the deep end, and somehow we're not going to be able to help you in the show. You have been banned. How the Georgia Guidestone's prophecy to eliminate 93% of the population will likely be administered. Very good. At least we know how they're going to try to implement depopulation. Heads up on all these people that want to talk about the Guidestone prophecy. I hope they mention the guillotines that Georgia ordered. Yeah.
They need cooler tanks to stop them from burning out.
This is real, man. The weaponization of 5G LED lights that vaporize and used in Paradise, California, could be very well used against the population.
Because when they take out your home, when they take out you, like they did in Paradise, because Paradise was an EMP test.
Yeah, it's right. It was a directed energy weapon test, man. This is a theory that directed energy weapons were used during the Paradise Fire, and they're going to use it again on you-know-who. Any one of us. Any one of us are susceptible to the EMPs or the directed energy weapon, man. Let us not forget what they can do, man. Yeah, they have the weapon, man. They're going to do it, man. Okay, we'll feature that in just a bit. Big time cover-up. Big time cover-up. Yes, these are the directed energy weapons that they actually did use in Paradise. We happen to have photographs of the directed energy weapons that were burning up the people that died instantaneously in that terrible fire. And I don't believe there were 85 deaths. I think it's a lot more than that. The number has been revised a few times up and down, but yeah, more than likely were thousands of people killed in that Paradise Fire. So he'll be talking about that tonight. And Israel runs the U.S. and its president, media, social media morons. Okay, man. We'll talk this is another one, man. Let's take a look.
Now, I'm going to show you guys something, all right, about Israel,
Yeah.
truth. I put it out there before the weekend. I said how U.S. congresswomen were denied. All right, these are the ones passing House resolutions to protect your First Amendment rights. Trying to, speak out truth about Israel, what they're doing to the people of Palestine, and everything like that. Now, I said it to a person in the gym. I let her know about this shit. I told her about that video I made that says why I have no hope. And Facebook friends piss me off.
Well, yeah, we'll be listening to his take on the whole thing in Israel. And we exposed something tonight. I want to remind everybody that I'll bring this back into the show. Yeah. Ilhan Omar made a statement today, and as you know, we've been tracking the money that Israel gets for years because we've been exposing the Zionist control of our government for years. But Israel, we know, gets $3.5 billion a year from the United States. And this woman is so out of it, Omar, that she wrote down her speech and then recited it, and this is what she said.
In the occupation and prevent a solution to the conflict. Fortunately, we in the United States have a constructive role to play. We give Israel more than $3 million in aid every year.
Okay, yeah, more like $3.5 billion a year. This woman is so out of it mentally that she doesn't even get her numbers straight. And we expect to turn to her for information. And why would we tell Israel what to do with their country? She wants us to tell Israel what to do with their country. I merely don't want Israel to tell us what to do with our country. I'm not asking to tell Israel what to do with their country.
Hi, guys.
And this is another story from a woman who's very outspoken. She does a little clip on the news, Cabin Talk it's called, and she's going to talk about medical kidnapping of a 3-year-old boy tonight in our lineup. Thank you, Scissor Fight.
It's Claudia with Cabin Talk, and I wanted to come on a little bit. I don't have much time because I'm losing service here in a few minutes, but today and tomorrow are the trial for Noah, with Taylor Bland being the mom and her husband Joshua. Their little baby boy got taken away from them 111 days ago. He was diagnosed with cancer, had the treatment, had a round of chemo and was deemed cancer-free, but they decided that he should get chemo for another 3.5 years. The boy is 3 years old.
Wow. So they're going to force chemo on him that could kill you. Another word for chemotherapy is to kill you therapy. It practically kills everybody that has it in order to fight the cancer. That's what they kill the whole body. But it's overkill to get a kid who's cancer-free, and they keep giving him chemo. That's crazy. Makes no sense at all. Yeah, and I hate the fact that states are doing this, trying to take over people's lives and overtake the parents' rights to continue the decision-making of their children. And more heavy aerosol spraying over California.
Okay, today is August the 18th, 2019, Sunday. And right now at about 10 o'clock, we have a temperature of 67 degrees here in the foothills of Los Angeles. The relative humidity is 65%. The dew point is 55 degrees. And the barometric pressure is sitting at about 29.91.
Well, we will look at his analysis of the weather patterns over Southern California, and he shows you how they're systematically spraying areas to create the elimination of any water. Evaporating the California coastline is their hobby. And he shows a systemic pattern of weather modification that keeps water from precipitating in Southern California, because Southern California is one of the richest areas in the country, property-wise, and they just the elites want to get rid of it. They just want to make everyone leave so they can buy up the property cheaper. Ticken's been gone for a while, Misanthropy. We don't know. He's probably having, his sex change operation. Who knows? Spraying operations continue over Wyoming. Mike Decker. More of the same. Thank you.
Big boys, they're hammering it like 60 miles to the west, getting it built up.
He really shows how they dump chemicals on our heads. And I just drove through Wyoming a couple weeks ago, and I can tell you it is real. It is definitely real. The spraying of the skies by these chemical planes. Many of them are automated. They don't even have pilots on board. Well, I don't know if Ticken is having a sex change operation, but you never know. Prep, really, we've always known you that you're not a 99-year-old person who was married to Meredith. You're making up an entire story out of thin air after being in our room for the past 7 years. And now you're telling people that you're 99 or 96 and you lost your wife. I mean, seriously, is this like a last-ditch attention grab or something? Poor guy. Using our show to somehow look for sympathy. I don't know, it would be better if you pretended to be an 18-year-old lesbian. A lot of people want to talk to you. All right, well, maybe we'll just say a prayer for Meredith and that'll be it for tonight. But you need to get back on your meds, especially if you got COPD and you can't cope with it. Coped. You've been coped. Well, that's a very funny meme. I'm glad you sent that out to us. Thank you for that, I guess. We got memes to look at. Epstein memes. I know. It's almost too weird how they covered up the Epstein disappearance. Oh, yeah. It's as if the world is becoming almost absolutely upside down. That's what it seems like. Yeah, I'm having to dig deep into my bag of tricks and try to figure out what's going on, you know? My mind is set to question everything. And let's not forget cowbell. Okay. Yeah, Sarah was given the night off to keep you in check, so you won't have to, come in here all the time expecting to see her at a specific time. I decided we were giving too predictable of a schedule to you, Miss Anthropy. Yeah. We were too nice to give you that predictable night with Sarah. Okay, Terrence K. Williams has said, I've been asked to apologize to the Clintons in order to save my career. Twitter took down my Clinton Epstein video for a copyright infringement, so the Clintons own my opinion. They want me to stop talking. I won't. I think it's all shady who's with me. Oh, there he is. See, he's talking again.
Apologize to the Clintons for what? I said what I said, and that's just the way it is. Like it or love it, I'm not taking it back, okay?
I think you're looking for some media attention, man. I think you got it. Is this guy a YouTube whore yet, or has he qualified for that? Hey, here's a good one for a word of wisdom to all of us. Okay? A toxic poison will never change. And they just change victims and blame everything on everybody else. You are so right. So true, man. It's a good meme. Good point. Yeah, try to avoid toxic people. Unless, of course, they're your president, then you can't control what's going on around you. BBC is now hiring, but whites need not apply. There's rising anti-white practices going on. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, let's take a look. This is very interesting because in our area they're hiring by quotas. Teachers are going to be hired by quotas. which is to be expected. We have like 3% of our teachers are minorities, so our local Democratic area has announced they're going to be hiring a lot more minorities in our area as teachers. They believe it'll empower minorities to become teachers too by doing that. That's what they've openly stated. Okay, this internship is open to candidates from Black, Asian, or non-white ethnic minority backgrounds. Trainee at as a broadcast journalist for BBC. Look at that. Open and blatant racism in November, December of 2017. 12-month opportunity for budding news junkies to gain hands-on experience at a national and international level with the iconic BBC World Service. But if you're white, is only open to candidates from Black, Asian, or non-white ethnic minority backgrounds. So yeah, whites need not apply for a BBC internship. They are apparently racially discriminating against white people. Wow. Thank you. Thanks for that image. I did not realize that. Well, Preparation H, you realize that making jokes about being married to a woman who killed herself or was beaten with a baseball bat, that's some pretty negative karmic stuff. It doesn't fly in the long run. If that really is true, I'm sorry for your loss. But if it's not true, you messing with karma, man. Y'all gonna mess with karma, you gonna go down. You know what I'm saying, man? Holmes? Yeah, you can't be saying that stuff, man, and you turn your whole life upside down. Hey, maybe I should get a chance to be a guy on screen and talk like that, you know? Oh, wait a second. I know, I'm not black. I forgot. Apparently only black people can talk like that. That's what I'm talking about.
As you die by hanging, don't mean it was a suicide. But I do want to know why there are some doctors saying that from the looks of his broken bones, that it could have been a murder or a suicide.
This guy's got a false line of crap going. It's not Jeffrey Epstein, dude. He didn't die. He's out free, man. I mean, you're running on a false line of crap to get your YouTube hits up, baby. Y'all trying to get your YouTube hits going on so you can make some more money. I just think it's ridiculous. No, I'm basically saying that you're making the whole story up. Why would you wait all these years after 5 years of being in our show to talk about your wife Meredith all of a sudden and how you're 96 years old? And you want to unplug from the world. I mean, it's just BS, man. I don't believe it. And look at your name, Preparation H. You're making fun of old people who happen to use that with their hemorrhoids. Have you ever had hemorrhoids? Do you even know what they are? FBI document from earlier this year claiming conspiracy theorists are terrorists. See what I mean? Spreading the gospel of hate. When everybody has the right to question anything, and even Robert Mueller, who openly said in testimony that he was investigating Donald Trump conspiring with Russia, not colluding, but, quote, conspiring, even Robert Mueller would be considered a terrorist if you take this literally. Anti-government, identity-based, and fringe political conspiracy theories are likely motivated some domestic extremists to commit criminal, sometimes violent activity. An intelligence bulletin from the Phoenix office of the FBI. Celebrity voices impersonated. Wow, man, that's pretty scary that they think they're going to send out a notice threatening our freedom of speech about anything. Your grandson made the account calling you. You're lying on top of your lies about your grandson. See, you're compacting your lies into a bigger lie, which is typically what liars do. Preparation H. I don't believe you were ever married to a woman named Meredith who died by baseball bat. No, you're making the whole story up. And frankly, I resent that, man. Y'all messing with the truth, man. Trump actually said, the U.S. consumers are rich, tax cut loaded them up with money. This is how deluded Donald Trump is.
Hi, everybody. It is August 19, 2019. I went to UPS this morning to find out how much it would cost to ship a Canadian subscriber a package. And it was reasonable, $38. Then I was told that she would have to pay upwards of $100 to get her government to release that package.
Okay. Never lose truth. Well, try not to get too down. We've got 52 minutes of Never Lose Truth tonight, and she is very vocal about her angry experiences with a lot of things, from whether it's 5G network to the way she's being treated by the USPS or whatever. We're going to talk about that later tonight. Thank you for that link. It's an endless 3-hour show of videos tonight, starting at 10 o'clock. If you are suffering from a serious sleep deprivation, I feel your pain. Some of us are going to go to bed earlier. I stay up till normally now 2 in the morning as opposed to 3. I got my bedtime a little earlier because I was feeling a little bit out of it last year. The show is running till 2 and I was up till 3 o'clock uploading. So now it runs till 1 and I'm up till 2 o'clock uploading. If you want to watch our show, you can catch us at coolrock.com and go to our Cool Rock community, online community, to see us in real time. Here I am right now in real time at the Cool Rock community. And I've got lots of chat going on, and you can also do various things like play music. You can go down the line here and click on Scissor Fights music if you want alternative new music for free. You can play the drum machine. Or just have fun in general with the automatic AI music system. Or play with your keyboard. Poorly. And if you go down a little farther, we've got a really cool little set of various things. The coolest of which is right next to the center section. There's a type section right here. But next to that is a ball. You click on that ball, it'll open up all these amazing virtual reality cloud-based utilities that are available. Even design your own. You can begin to design your own cloud-based VR systems. Here's World of Draw, an AI experiment to draw the world together. Wow, so they've got people drawing things together from around the world at World Draw, an AI experiment to draw the world together. Draw things. Draw a building. Draw a tree. Create a building. Top locations. Play the game. All right, thank you. You can get caught anywhere in that site at any time, but feel free to go to Cool Rock and check it out. And up the upper right-hand corner of the Cool Rock show, right up here is Web Oasis. Click that button, and then you go there, and you can literally, it's a gateway to the internet. It's amazing, Web Oasis. Chat Room Celebrity turned me onto the site, and it is amazing. There's a drop-down menu over here. You can play arcade games like pinball, racing, even Zombie 1 and 2. All kinds of games that are added even down here. Counter-Strike. So there's fun stuff to do online while you're watching our chat show, and that way you don't get bored. And we are featuring the only type of website in the world that does this. And it's free, and I'm not grabbing cookies, I'm not harvesting data. It's just totally free and accessible for everybody who wants to enjoy it. That's the whole purpose behind the site. Fun and free. Hi there, Guest 166. Under the boardwalk.
This wasn't really...
We've got John Fogerty coming up. Have you ever seen the rain? Yeah, I have him in the lineup at 10 o'clock. Acoustic. Right, Conan. Should be fun. Be there or be square. Yeah, it's strange. I've got very little, my entire Periscope show used to tell me how many people were in the room. And I've seen people enter the room and join, but it never shows me anybody in the room. So let me show you what they're doing. They're shadow banning me at Periscope. So if I have anybody in there, I can't see if I have anybody in there. It virtually shows me nothing. Normally there would be a number here. Nothing. Isn't that interesting how they're able to shadow ban certain people? It's one of the techniques that they're using to create censorship on the internet. And they're getting away with it. But we still have the lead on these people because they didn't expect people to be talking about a third party. Word of mouth is spreading, and that's defying their control. Disintegrate? You're going to make people disintegrate? Well, I think it's bad for you to actually threaten Washington, D.C. Yeah. So I'm going to kick you out before you can threaten our great capital. Can you believe this guy? He's threatening Washington, D.C. I had to pull him out of the show. Whatever kind of idle threat that was. Your iVlog account blocked on Freedom Frontier? Yes, it is. I'm being blocked on various other channels. Mark, I believe, bought iVlog with all the money he's made from the Russians. Prince Charles' mentor, Lord Mountbatten, was a homosexual. Really? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, really? So the perv dossier, Prince Charles' mentor, Lord Mountbatten, was a homosexual with a perversion for young boys, FBI files claimed. Really? I find that rather hard to understand, really. I've never met him, but the decorated war hero was seen as a father figure to the young Charles, his great-nephew, and is even credited with introducing his father to Queen Elizabeth. Well, all I can say is that the tripe continues to be thrown at the royal family. That's just it. He's still allegedly gay. Newly found FBI files have described Lord Mountbatten as a homosexual with a perversion for young boys. The secret dossier, dating back 75 years, describes both him and his wife as persons of low morals. Prince Charles has previously described Mountbatten as a mentor and the grandfather I never had. He was the last Viceroy of India and eventually became the Chief of Defense until 1965. There he is. He was assassinated in an IRA bomb attack in 1979. It is not known if the material collated by the FBI was ever passed to the British government. Of course not. Why would the British government share anything that the FBI had? Yeah, why would the FBI pursue the case that was presented recently by Sacha Cohen himself? Told the police that he met a man, a concierge in Vegas, who had actually offered him children if they wanted. And Sacha Baron Cohen turned to the FBI with this information, and they never pursued it. Never. I'm afraid that he did buy iVlog, yes. iVlog used to have guests, but no more. Coincidence? Vaughn used to have guests, but no more. Yeah. Mark is making money hands over fist. Yeah, you have no idea, sir. I don't believe Brits are light in the loafers. What kind of a statement is that, Willie? A man named Willie Pickles is saying that British are light in the loafers. Do you have any idea how you sound, Willie? You sound like this. Willie Pickles. Well, how you doing, Dave? Willie Pickles here. It's just so stereotypical of white people pretending to be black. I doubt you're black, Willie. I believe you're white. Oh, you're gonna... Okay, you do that. And stop thinking about your late wife, Preparation H. Not your wife named Preparation H, but your late wife, Meredith, who you claim has passed away from a baseball bat. I find that very weird. So soak away, and I hope Epsom takes away the lying bones in your body. Type louder. Dave can't hear you. I am here. I am watching your statement. Mark is searching garbage cans for bottles. Are you an imbecile, guest 166? Do you not recognize that Mark has numerous new cars and somehow is able to buy Louisiana property with the unknown amounts of money he's receiving? Yeah, isn't it amazing? Guest chat came back as soon as I mentioned it. Isn't that interesting? So I mentioned it, now guest chat is back. Isn't that funny? Right before your very eyes, folks. You know, it just came back. They're literally toggling guest chat off and on in our show. They're messing with our entire show. Excuse me when I kiss the sky. Staying alive, staying alive. Okay, here we go. A little background music until I get to the next step. Hey, welcome to the show. Thank you for coming in. I guess you were kicked out. Your partner, you visited the U.S. like last year, and now you can see the show now. Good. I don't remember you, but thank you. Apparently, Sarah brought in a little story from Scientific American about the dangers of cell phones. And in it, huh? Everything okay in there? Although this research shows that cell phone transmissions can affect a person's brainwaves with persistent effects on behavior, Horn does not feel there's any need for concern that cell phones are damaging. And they call this Scientific American. They ought to call this Brain Dead American. You know, there's got to be a new name for it. Yeah, they should change the name of the magazine to Brain Dead American. Of course it affects the way people are. Mind control by cell phone. Yeah, well, I don't really like a story that doesn't go all the way and talk about the net effects. They do know that cell phones, if you hold them against your head, will affect your brain. The director of the World Health Organization has openly stated that cell phones contribute to brain cancer. Yet our own leaders, our own president, our own candidates out there won't even put out a public service announcement for the American people, showing you how little they care about the real outcome of cell phones and this telecommunication industry, which continually is driven by money and greed, to the point where some of these people are like over-the-top zealots pushing for such ridiculous brainwashing tools. Not only do they have social points, social credit systems evolving on cell phones for kids, dictating how they're going to act, but they're pushing brainwaves through us right now as we hold the cell phones next to us and act like it's no big deal. Well, it is a big deal. And circuitry like that emit field radiation, which can cause serious damage to our brain. So don't think for a second that we should just sit back mildly and ignore this reality that they are affecting us in so many ways. So many ways. You're Miss Anthrope. That was me. Oh, okay, Miss Anthrope. Hello. You're visiting in the Arizona area again? You and your partner from, was it New Zealand? I'll be darned. Thanks for coming in. Good for you. You're back as a guest. I wonder why you're leaving as a guest and not wanting to be Miss Anthrope. Yeah. Yeah, you love Arizona, Vegas, and Reno. I know. That's your favorite place to go with your husband, your boyfriend, your partner. America is the best one, says Obama is a Nazi. You have a very good point. He works for the New World Order, which essentially tried to put Hitler in power. So you have a good point. The New World Order supported Obama's presidency as they supported Donald Trump's presidency. Long-legged MacDaddy. Elizabeth Warren's on record saying she's apologizing to Native Americans, but she claims 2 men in colonial outfits assaulted her with smallpox-infested blankets. Really? I didn't know that was along her list of things she's complaining about. Yeah, Obama is essentially a Nazi. He's supported by the Ashkenazis. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, they usually go to DEF CON. It was about a week ago, and then they went to Vegas. Miss Anthropy knows a lot about Miss Anthrope. I guess you're tracking her offline now. But you're in different chat rooms. Right. She went into the iVlog chat room from her remote location in Phoenix at the Ramada Inn. Oh, sorry, I gave away your location. My memory is more amazing. I have a photogenic memory. It remembers only beautiful things. I know, Jews are good people, but Ashkenazis? I don't know. Greed has taken over our country, and if we look at the real substance of what they're doing, they're trying to buy off our two-party system. So if you get in on the ground floor with this party, you're basically a brand new representative of a brand new wave of American politics. Honest, good American politics, and that's what I'm dedicated to. Now, Epstein had acquired a lot of money, but many people don't realize that he actually won a lottery. His agency actually won a lottery a few years ago, amazingly enough. A Powerball lottery went to Jeffrey Epstein. That's one of the ways he acquired a lot of money. And lotteries are rigged, so apparently anybody can get a lottery if a lottery win. And this is from the Black Book, apparently. Evidence that he won a lottery at one point. I'm talking about a lottery that Jeffrey Epstein won. I was looking for a picture of Obama in a Nazi outfit. I have one. It's pretty funny. Well, I don't have any respect for Obama because he pretty much destroyed our country with Obamacare. But I don't have any respect for Donald Trump because he's destroying our country by not paying Obamacare. So it's a combination. Without reducing the cost of health care, Trump is following in the same footsteps Barack Obama did. Again, not creating lower cost healthcare solutions, but forcing us to either pay or not pay. The states have to pick up the tab. And remember when Barack Obama went to Flint, Michigan and did absolutely nothing to get fresh water for those people? And to this day, Donald Trump has done absolutely nothing to get fresh water for the people of Flint, Michigan. Isn't that amazing? I just find all of that, it's true. Both people are part of a New World Order conspiracy, if you will. Both people are bought. Both people are controlled. Both presidents have been absolutely useless in advancing any true goals for American individuality and American production. We're seeing very little of that. Obama was controlled at an early age. His mother worked under the CIA as an operator in Indonesia. Stanley Undunham was a CIA agent working on clandestine operations in the banking industry in Indonesia. The true story about Barack Obama and his Nazi connections goes really deep. He's basically a deep cover agent who's put in play to control our elections over the past 8 years, and so has Donald Trump been. They've got the goods on those people, so they'll never speak, they'll never talk. There's evidence that Barack Obama made a sex video with his wife that they'll use against him as collateral. James Alefantis, according to Citizens for Responsibility Ethics in Washington, produced a guest list. On that guest list, James Alefantis went to the White House 5 times with a camera crew, and Chris Crocker. And you probably remember Chris Crocker from his Britney fame, a renowned transgender who actually made a big hit on YouTube over the Britney claim. Yeah, here it is, a little snippet of what he did, and then he was in a video.
Do we really want to see a 25-year-old woman leave behind 2 children and die? Have we learned nothing from Anna Nicole Smith? I know.
So this transgender actually made a lot of money, and apparently went on to become make a video with James Alefantis, Barack Obama, and Michelle Obama, and a video crew in the White House. I have no idea what the video did. I have no idea what's in it. All I can tell you is it's pretty sick that these people make so much money impersonating people and getting involved with all kinds of people in the White House, doing God knows what. Like Britney. Anyway, I'm not Chris Crocker, so you don't have to worry about that. But isn't that amazing? Yeah. So they've got dirt on the Obamas. The Obamas will never talk. There's no way they will. It's damning information. I'm convinced of it. Whatever it is, I don't want to see it, but okay, somebody just threatened my life again, an online gang member. Unbelievable. So if you really support Trump here, you must be absolutely bordering on retardation. I don't know. I didn't wait to see what the threat was. Sometimes it's not that important. Well, they are. The fact that I'm worldwide known and not known that well in America is their one advantage. But that will change in 3 or 4 days once I hit the mainstream media. They're keeping me out of the mainstream media and have for about 11 years. But all that's going to change. Michael Moore is a sellout. He lives in a palatial mansion with money up the yin-yang. He doesn't need a dime. He's a sellout. He's basically working for the alt-left. There are controlled opposition players, and Michael Moore is one of them. There's a couple controlled opposition players that are currently operating. Alex Jones is a controlled operation player. Joe Rogan, controlled opposition player. They both work for Sacred Cow Productions, which is a complete propaganda machine coming out of the Skunkworks Productions out of Lockheed Martin. A lot of this stuff is completely fabricated that they talk about, mixed with truth. That's how they do it. They get people to pull this off. It's not that hard to find people greedy, apparently. A lot of people will lie through their teeth just to get money. You didn't know that? We've had a couple statistics come in, which leads us to believe there's lots of false flags happening. Recently, we were told about these shootings that occurred and very little evidence that they occur, but one thing came to us. Misanthropy sent us a picture of mass shooters from 2019. And you'll notice that they're not all white people. Zorro Ranch is the company that collected the winning lotto ticket. So Zorro Ranch was connected to Jeffrey Epstein, who won $38 million in a Powerball. Anyway, the number of mass shootings in 2019 were predominantly black people. These were 4 people who were killed, or more people. So I'm not saying black people were killing white people. They were mostly killing black people. Huang Guang, you're not allowed to use those terms here. And another little misnomer that's kind of hard to understand is, why do we believe that shootings are on the uprise? When in fact, you look at the number of shootings, even the ones that they allege are shootings with no proof whatsoever, and you look at the statistics and they're actually going down. For the past 14 years, the number of shootings are going down. Yet the call for gun control is loud as ever. They're pushing that completely in front of our face every day. Epstein is alive. No one killed him. They faked his death. That's the word on the street. And based on the evidence, there is no photograph of Epstein dead. It's some guy who looks like Epstein who's beaten up and put in his place. Epstein is still alive. He's very much at play. I'm convinced of it. And we won't stop with the allegations they're making at the coroner's office. I'll have a complete review of the forensic evidence that they're looking at, and I can look at it with my own eyes and tell you that's not Epstein. So they're lying through their teeth at NYPD. And there's 9 people from NYPD dead from suicide, which may or may not be linked to the suppression of evidence regarding the Anthony Weiner emails of 600,000 emails that went nowhere. So I'm convinced, whether you're alt-right or alt-left, we got to look at this as a complete and utter takeover of our country by elite Zionist operatives like Jeffrey Epstein. Now, Jeffrey Epstein was said to have gotten a light sentence by Acosta, Labor Secretary Acosta, who just resigned over this, said he gave him a light sentence because he was told he was intelligence and to back off. That alone is a huge allegation. So, yeah. There's a serious thing happening here where Acosta claims he was intelligence, and that's why he didn't give him a bigger sentence than 13 months. And now we're finding a complete cover-up, and he's no longer in prison. His dead body was faked. The whole thing. So, what does that really tell us? It tells us that I believe he would be in witness protection. Yes. It tells me one of two things. He's too big for them to eliminate, and he had too much dirt on people, probably connected to a switch that would go to the media with all that dirt. Most people with his level of security, Epstein, would have a switch that would send all their emails out if something wasn't cleared, like a kill switch was triggered automatically if he died. And that type of thing is enough to keep a guy in play, so he would have lived. Then the question is, how did he get out? Well, apparently there's so many people in Metropolitan Penitentiary in Manhattan that are completely viable that he didn't even have a suicide watch. And they dropped the suicide watch days or weeks before, 2 weeks before he died. They changed his paper, all of his paper linen, which breaks. You can't make a suicide thing because it's paper. They changed all that to cloth, they're saying now, which is after the fact. And the lady, the coroner, who claimed that she found a broken bone in his neck, is now claiming he committed suicide. You can't hang yourself sideways from a bedpost and expect to somehow break a neck. It's never happened in the history of suicides, and there hasn't been a suicide in this jail in 40 years. Yet he's the only one, and somehow they're saying that he suicided off the edge of a bed. So basically, if you don't believe this happened, you have to. This is the narrative they're talking about. If you don't believe this happened, then you're a conspiracy theorist and a domestic terrorist threat. So you're supposed to believe that this guy's completely dead, otherwise they'll call you a threat. I don't believe he's dead. I believe he's probably, with another young girl again right now, and God knows what's going to happen to these young girls if they even live. I think there's a huge cover-up, and we just revealed that this guy rented a concrete truck and a carpet and tile puller before he was caught a year ago. So he may have buried a lot of evidence on Orgy Island. So I think we should look deeper. It's also fishy, I know, exactly. I agree, Guest 519. Or Misanthrope. Here's a Sweet Home 3D plan. Sarah had this queued up. I'm not sure what it is. Sweet Home 3D. Draw plan in 2D, view instantly in 3D. That's nice. Well, isn't that super special? Okay, good to know. Boy, a lot of people are really asleep now in America. And so many people are saying, oh, did you hear the terrible things that happened in El Paso? Yeah. Easy to believe that there are terrible things happening everywhere. Well, let me give you the link to sweethome3d.com if you like it. I'm sure they'd like your business. I don't know if it's free or what, but here it is. We have a request for Sloopy. I can't play Sloopy right now, Froggy. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's on call later on tonight. Okay. You know, I never expected the White House to do this, but in lieu of the fact that Donald Trump refuses to admit we're in a recession, he's still making contingency plans for the recession, including possible payroll tax cut. Huh. As if rich people have had tax breaks enough. This isn't going to help the country. We're going to lose money on this. Big mistake. I want to get rid of the payroll tax limit that they have. He wants a payroll tax cut. What an idiot. We'll never have enough money to cover the Social Security Trust Fund with that type of thinking. Trump is completely lost. What an idiot. That's going to trigger a huge downturn in the amount of money the government has in the upcoming years if we were to give a payroll tax cut. I would think the reverse is in order. He's already given $5.5 trillion in tax breaks for the rich over the next 10 years. That's a lot. $5.5 trillion. We're not going to have that money. It's gone. Thanks to Trump. So we're going to have to recoup it, and Bernie Sanders doesn't have a plan to do that. He just wants to tax the rich, so I guess he'll be taxing himself. Bernie Sanders is in the top 1%. He's in the 1%ers. Okay. Danger signs. Sheryl Crow admits she saw Michael Jackson doing really strange things when she worked as his backup singer in the 1980s. Wow, Sheryl Crow coming out about Michael Jackson. country star, age 57, who was a backup singer, a backing singer on Jackson's Globetrotting Bad tour in the 1980s, said she had a lot of questions about his behavior. She admitted she hadn't watched the sensational documentary Leaving Neverland, in which the Thriller star was accused of being a serial child molester, but she said, "I haven't seen the documentary and I don't want to see it. I was around for some things that I thought were really strange and I had a lot of questions about." She was always had suspicions about the Thriller singer's fascination with children. And she said, I turned to CNN the morning after the first half of Leaving Neverland aired. They showed clips of a young man who was on the Jackson tour with us, and it made me, it still feels really trailing off. It's like a death in the family, you know, it's sad. Well, yeah. Well, Cheryl, why don't you talk about how your ex-boyfriend Lance Armstrong and her broke up? I would like to know more about that. That's the serious. What do you know about Lance Armstrong, Cheryl? You know, we've got enough evidence on Michael Jackson to conclude that he might even be completely alive. I know. I mean, what if he's still alive? There's a lot of conspiracy theories out that suggest that Michael Jackson's still alive. It's not the first time anybody's said that either. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a little concerned that Michael Jackson is alive. America is already in an unrecoverable debt. No, I have hope for our debt, actually. Yeah. I believe we'll get out of the debt that we're currently in. There's a way in which I've calculated a method to do that. We have to get control over our equity at the World Bank. Once we do that, we'll be able to get out of debt effectively. There's money that's stored in the World Bank that was from our acquisition of the money from Japan and from Germany that was put in trust for the United States, and we borrowed against it. Okay. So if we have $40 trillion in our World Bank storage area, which many people allege we do, our $22 trillion debt is manageable. We just have to get control of it. U.S. prisons chief removed from position after Epstein's death. Now, this man is angry at the death of, at the response over Epstein's death, but William Barr has not done a damn thing. He could easily open up a grand jury investigation, but he just talks about how angry he is. He says the case will continue against anyone who was complicit with Epstein and that any of his co-conspirators should not rest easy. This man is all talk and no action. He wrote an excuse for Michael Flynn to not be investigated while he was working for Russia. How can you trust anything he says?
Was very important to the Department of Justice and to me personally. It was important to the dedicated prosecutors in the Southern District of New York and to our FBI agents who investigated the case and were preparing it for trial. Most importantly, this case was important to the victims who had the courage to come forward and deserve the opportunity to confront the accused in the courtroom.
This guy acts like he's really concerned. He's not going to do a damn thing, I guarantee it.
I was appalled, and indeed the whole department was, and frankly, angry to learn of the MCC's failure to adequately secure this prisoner. We are now learning of serious irregularities at this facility that are deeply concerning and demand a thorough investigation. The FBI and the Office of Inspector General are doing just that. We will get to the bottom of what happened, and there will be accountability. But let me assure you that this case will continue on against anyone who was complicit with Epstein. Any co-conspirators should not rest easy. The victims deserve justice, and they will get it.
This is the guy that wrote a 19-page letter to Rod Rosenstein asking for him not to investigate Michael Flynn, the Russian agent. Had this guy been successful, we would never have found that Michael Flynn was working for Russia, and he would have still been our national security advisor. But of course now we've got John Bolton, which is even worse. He's worse than a guy working for Russia. But this guy never, ever, ever should have been given the Attorney General position. He needs to be reviewed again for being a Russian agent and working directly for Russia. So what you're seeing right now is how he's getting ahead of a story, acting like he's all really concerned about Epstein. This guy is as deep state as it gets, and I guarantee there's not going to be a review of Epstein's coroner's review that I say this guy is not in any way Epstein, the guy who was in the picture, deceased. Now this is the most obvious case of a fake picture going in front of the American people, or actually a picture of his body not matching the real Jeffrey Epstein. This isn't just a need for investigation. This is a need for a grand jury investigation, and that guy's not willing to do it, William Barr. He's just paying lip service to this whole thing. It's tragic, actually. Total shill. Epstein and Barr's father were good friends, according to Misanthropy. That's right, William Barr and Donald Trump, the ties that bind them all. Check this out. Thanks, Misanthropy. During Attorney General William Barr's confirmation hearing, he was mostly peppered with questions about how he'd handle the Mueller report. Senator Bill Sasse's questioning, however, diverged from the pack. Sasse asked Barr about the lenient sentence given out to billionaire pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. The future Attorney General told Sasse that he would look into the matter. This, however, was not the first connection between Barr and his family and the disgraced pedophile. In 1973, William Barr's father, Donald, the headmaster at Manhattan's Dalton School, hired Epstein as a calculus and physics teacher. Whoa, there's Dershowitz with Epstein. While hiring Epstein, a noted mathematics genius according to him, it was not strange in its face. The hire was unusual for a couple of reasons. Epstein had not earned a college degree as he dropped out of New York's prestigious Cooper Union. The other odd circumstance was that the new teacher was only 20 years of age, and he was allowed to teach underage minors in math at this private school with no degree in mathematics, and I don't believe he was a mathematics genius. Sorry, I don't buy that story at all. Because I am truly of the same background, and I can assure you it's hard to stretch the word genius, mathematics genius, unless a person's performed for years with PhD work. And he never did, so I'm not going to throw that name out there. Anyway, it's very interesting. Thanks for the connection between William Barr's father and Jeffrey Epstein and getting that job at that school. Because I was wondering how Epstein got a job with no degree. And you got doomsday kids on your mind, huh? BBC has a story about the family raised in a doomsday cult. I entered the real world at 15, he says. Wow. Huh. Interesting. For the first 15 years of his life, Ben Shenton lived in a doomsday cult that thought the world would soon end. Instead, the police arrived one day and plunged him into a new and unfamiliar world, the real one. Australia's shores Lake Eildon, heavy foliage and barbed wire, 7 children in matching outfits and bleach blonde haircuts were finishing their morning hatha yoga practice when they heard a commotion on the stairs. They found the cult, Ben and all the others. Okay, thanks for sharing. I just don't know where that's going. I'm sure there are people living in cults. Thanks for the news. Okay, so we featured a doomsday cult survivor. That's nice. How about the survivors of the Catholic Church, pedophiles who have been constantly raising questions about why the church isn't prosecuting hundreds, if not thousands, of priests in various archdioceses, in the rectories. Giant river animals on the verge of extinction. Freshwater species from catfish to stingrays are being systematically taken out. Well, Petoro, we've talked about Pope Francis has to be tougher on these pedophiles. I won't let that stand, sorry. Here's a rare and endangered bizarre manta ray being fished out of the water here. Dead. Dump, dump, dump. Dump, 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 dump. More evidence of terrible toxic damages to these creatures. This massive catfish has got facial sores, kind of like Kevin Spacey. What's going on his lip, you know? Have you seen Kevin Spacey's lip? He's got all these things growing. What is that? Is that like melanoma or something? Apparently it's not evident in a lot of these photographs. Okay, it's not that evident. All right. Well, I hope he gets treatment. And he's another guy that got off scot-free, didn't he? Take care, Froggy. Virginia Roberts Gouffre talks about Ghislaine Maxwell, or Ghislaine Maxwell, depending on what you say. Plans for a baby. Really? It's a story of a man named Jeffrey who was busy with a harem of young teenagers.
Kind of worked like a pyramid scheme. Ghislaine brought me in. I brought other girls in. Those girls brought other girls in. And no matter what, Jeffrey constantly had that open revolving door of young women, young teenagers, children, I like to call them, coming through his door for one purpose and one purpose alone.
This woman has been through hell. And she's the one coming out forward talking about this. She needs witness protection. If Donald gives her the kind of witness protection she gave Jeffrey Epstein, she won't ever be found. I mean, apparently Donald didn't care enough to protect his best friend, Jeffrey Epstein, who visited him at the White House after he won the election, but nobody's talking about that. Well, actually, he met him at Mar-a-Lago. Well, that's good. I've got that in the lineup. Thanks for that. You are from France. We are coneheads. It is sick. Misanthrope. Try to look at the beautiful desert, and you and your husband have a couple of free cocktails at Vegas, or your boyfriend rather. Yeah, try to minimize the severity of this whole thing. David, this book was written by Donald Barr. Scroll down and read the review from Christians. Make sure to read second paragraph. Okay? Written by Donald Barr. Really? So he's related. He's the father of William Barr. 1974. Space Relations, a slightly gothic interplanetary tale. Reading second paragraph. Product reviews. The writer seems to be like putting everything in terms of girls and boys and children, even when the scenes do not necessarily but often involve kids. So while, for instance, the 14-year-old girl getting raped in the first few chapters is really supposed to be 14, the hero of the book is in danger of being sodomized, bent down kid, and make it good, he says. It's not supposed to be a kid. It is this way throughout the book. They are either labeled like they are children, the queen was a child, or actually boys or girls, so it pretty much starts with the word naked and goes down from there. Really badly written. Okay, so Donald Barr, the father, wrote pedo books? Is that what you're saying? Oh, I get it, yeah. It's exploitation. I'm not exploiting this at all. I'm not profiting a penny from any of this. So you're saying, Misanthropy, that William Barr's father is a guy who wrote a book that sounds like a pedophile's fantasy. Thank you very much. You've been doing great background research on William Barr. You know, I believe William Barr needs to step down. I don't believe he's putting up a tough fight against Epstein. I think it's just a lot of pomp and circumstance. He's just pretending to be doing it. He's not doing a damn thing. He could easily call a grand jury investigation himself. So whatever he's up to is protecting pedos like Jeffrey Epstein. And now that I find his father wrote a book like that, now I'm really wondering about William Barr. Thank you very much. Well, we got 3 minutes to the end of the show. We talked about a lot of stuff tonight, but mostly stayed on task. Omar made a terrible mistake. She claimed Israel has $3 million coming at them every year from the U.S. The woman can't even get the number of dollars that the Israeli government gets from the U.S. correct. She says they get $3 million a year when they get $3 billion a year. Look at the inanity of this woman. It's not our right to tell Israel what to do, by the way.
They maintain the occupation and prevent a solution to the conflict. Fortunately, we in the United States have a constructive role to play. We give Israel more than $3 million in aid every year.
Wow. Boy, is she off. $3 billion, she meant to say. Or maybe she didn't. Maybe she absolutely doesn't even know. She seems like a dunce who somehow catapulted to fame because she married her brother and he made him a U.S. citizen. Now she's a congresswoman. This is crazy. What's the world becoming? Okay. Boy, we really handled a lot tonight. Powerful. It just goes on and on. And this revelation tonight that we talked about, Jeffrey Epstein spent time alone with a young woman in the prison attorney room. This is at Forbes. This is not some fly-by-night paper talking about this. Forbes has this story. So before he allegedly died, he had his private time alone with a underage woman, or a young woman, we'll say. This is beyond belief. This guy's not dead, people. He's out there. He's having his face changed. He's still in play. And according to Acosta, he worked for intelligence. So in no way is this a real death. This is a complete and utter atrocity and abridgment of justice. We should never have allowed this type of behavior in our country. It's been going on for years. Our corrupt country is allowing and turning a blind eye to corruption at the highest level. It's pathetic. It really is. It's got to stop. We need accountability, but frankly, there's no way of getting accountability from these people if we all vote like a mass of cattle. So if you want to break out of the mold of being a livestock in the eyes of the leaders of the world, then voting third party is the only way, and promoting us and telling people about what we do is the best way. We are being censored hard on our site here. And every single time we come in the show and do a show, we're trying to get you people to activate and tell people about us. The only way we're going to get known is through word of mouth, not through the mainstream media. They have put a gag order on anybody talking about my efforts for the past 11 years, nonstop. So get with the program, keep talking about what we're doing and how we're censored. I really appreciate it. There's no other way around this but through the middle. I'm serious. And we are going to carve a pathway that will unite the country as opposed to divide, which is what the New World Order wants to do with our great nation. Okay, I didn't know that, yeah. Jeffrey Epstein's already left his fortune to his brother Mark. The anomaly that I discovered was that Jeffrey Epstein's net worth has dropped from $7 billion, which I found 2 years ago, to $1 billion. And according to the will that he wrote 2 days before he died, he only has $577 million. So what happened to his real wealth? That's the big question. Did he snake it away and put it in offshore accounts? Is he drawing from it now? Because it looks like his brother is getting a small portion of his wealth. Yeah, and he attained his wealth from illegal means. Nobody knows how he made it, except through trafficking in children. Okay, we'll feature that tomorrow, I guess, Truth Tuesday. They've got plastic-free tampon pads coming out. That's good. Good to know. I'll feature that another night. Thanks. Okay, another big night down the tubes. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. We do this every day. Never ends. Whether you're exposing issues or not, whether we're looking into the deep, dark secrets of cover-ups and false flags, we take everything on here. We don't turn away any evidence whatsoever that's solid. That's the important thing. Here's a statistic that I'm reading here on sex crimes. Oh, U.S. cities ranked by sex crimes. Look at that. D.C. is the highest number of sex crimes in the U.S., yet the fewest number of people prosecuted. Wow. Well, we got good reason to be concerned about our country when we have people running it who are being manipulated with sex crimes. It's just bizarre. Remember Dennis Hastert? He got only 13 months for butt raping 4 boys when he was a wrestling coach in high school. 13 months for butt raping 4 boys. I mean, it's not a fair system we've got. So something's wrong when pedophiles with big connections are getting off low terms in prison, and we aren't investigating deep stories like Jeffrey Epstein. I doubt anything will come out of William Barr's promise to do any investigating at all. But here we go, you know. It happens again. So what we need is a man who will actually move forward with a plan to help save the nation, both economically, with brand new opportunity for people, as well as begin the process of getting to the truth about our current leaders who are clearly corrupt and leading us astray. And if you're one of those people who really believes in that, in honesty and justice and freedom and the American way, then you're going to want to vote third party in the upcoming election, because I am the right guy at the right time for this country. Signing off, and we'll see you again tomorrow at 5 p.m., but I'll be in till 1 o'clock in the morning playing movies, so enjoy. Take care.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around, cause you're the peace I finally found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away.
About Syria, and I think that we're doing very well.
You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, cause you're the peace I finally found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good.